is up, misfits, one and all, to this night's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Is AI the Antichrist? Well, that's right. We are watching James. AI could be under your desk, could be under your bed. The Antichrist could be anywhere, just like
Gavin?
Jesus could be anywhere. Gavin, is that you? Oh my God, it's Termagavin. Dun dun dun! I've come to wear no pants. Anyway, well, won't you join us as we watch the channel Mike Signorelli called "Is AI the Antichrist? Secrets Revealed." James,
question everyone's asking. It's on everyone's mind.
So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we have a good time letting Matrix Satan take our soul. Also kittens. James, it feels good to be back on. My goodness.
It does feel good to be back. Yeah, as we, as UDEF says out there, as we mourn the loss of a great man, someone who very shortly will be placed in a box and buried in the ground. And, you know, that's the best thing to do with him, honestly. Yeah, at this point, that's the best thing to do with him. Just get him in that under that ground, and yeah.
Like I was telling James, I have conflicting feelings because, you know, everyone has a mother, a father. You know, you have family.
I don't know. I've never seen documentation that he actually has a mother and a father. I know he believes in a soul, but if there has ever been a soulless person,
well, and then the other side of that is that, however, there are people out there that so much misinformation, hate, and stupidity that, I don't know, yeah. Man, that was the crocodile. Like, there's scales coming, but that's just because I'm a lizard.
My tears, you know, memorial shot of Courvoisier for the memory of Pat Roberts. And yeah, to soothe my my heartfelt just sadness that comes over you, you know.
And to just upset.
Do you remember, for instance, last time when we had Pat Robertson on, when he was sitting at the desk with Kenneth Copeland, and they were just bragging about how rich they are because I guess Pat wrote Kenneth the big check because he's got a big bank account, and Kenneth was like, "Oh my gosh, so much here. Are you sure you can do this?" Well, you know, I mean, anything for God. You know, so
James,
many zeros.
When it comes to God, do you know how much money they can take from their flock? Let me tell you.
Well, yeah, Ken, you know, little old ladies, they've been sending me their rent money for like 30, 40 years now. And, you know, they don't pay the rent. They send it to me, and then they get evicted and thrown out in the streets. But I've amassed over $100 million in my bank account. So I'm considering that a win.
For Jesus.
Of course, yeah.
For Jesus. Yeah. But yes, we are talking about AI Antichrist for like, and it was exactly, I made a joke with James as well, just like in the chat, because I'm like, oh, it'll be the AI Antichrist, or they'll blame something else. I mean, spoiler alert, like halfway through the video.
Mommy. The new emojis thing in chat. You see that, Amy? We don't see it on our end, but if we're in chat, we will see it. You know how they can send the
I
hearts
should
and
be
the
in
smiley
chat.
faces?
Yes. Oh, you're gonna hear me clickety clack. Everyone loves to hear clickety clack.
They'll deal with it.
Yes. I see sparkles and I see a ghost. And what is up, everyone? This is also the time when I would say, don't forget to like, because it goes into the algorithm.
Maybe it's only on the phone app. I don't know.
What's that?
Maybe it's
Only
on the phone app that you see it.
Oh my God. I've been doing a bunch of programming trying to make sure that websites work consistently well on a phone. Let me tell you,
a mobile version.
you can make it look good on a web browser. You can make it look good on a phone, but making it good on a web browser and a phone, let me tell you.
That's why a lot of them have multiple versions, but then that gets to be annoying sometimes too.
Exactly. Yeah, a
Because
mobile
sometimes
dot
there'll
whatever.
be something on their big site, and then you're on the phone and you can't find it. And sometimes they have a desktop version where you can go and then okay, there it is. But
because you can separate it out. You can actually have a subdomain or a different domain just for your mobile, but then you're making things either way. You're making things more complicated. However, I guess that's what we do. The love of there you go. Exactly. That is what it was basically a bunch of
spooky season. There you go.
I see it on my PC.
Thanks,
Woo! And I probably should have saw it. Maybe you have to see it in real time or something. But sending so much love to Sinister Porpoise, who is 100% right. It is. It was basically it was working with responsive CSS, which means that it is adjustable and able to work well, and that it formats it nicely. Everyone should have fun with CSS. Sending love to the Sinister Porpoise, the porpoise that you think of when you're going to be sinister. Also, so long, thanks for all the fish. Which is Douglas Adams. I was talking to Rachel consistently because she asked, what's the meaning of life? And I told her we get that question often on this channel and on I'm sure many of the other skeptic and atheist channels, and they come in there like that is a gotcha, like what's the meaning of life? If you can't answer the meaning of life, and it's 42, ladies and gentlemen, always 42, or cheesecake. Anyway, also subscribe, woo! Because you can join the Skeptic and Ranting family and community, as well as hit that bell icon so you can see our premieres and join our live streams. We are a skeptic channel.
So
yes, that is another thing. We'll probably, and I'll be honest with you, what happened, and I want to apologize because it was mostly my fault, is that I have been working 60 hours plus, which is crazy, which is absolutely. However, I fell in love with the jobs that I am doing. However, I want to also grow the Skeptic and Ranting community, and so the semester is coming to an end.
Juggle everything.
Well, I have also a bunch of clients, and I have been just juggling a lot. I've realized how much time is a valuable asset, and so I'm gonna have to manage time better. And I want to do. We're gonna probably do more, more streams. And I want to also get. The problem was I wanted to release premieres and stuff, but I'd come home exhausted, and I'd have to do something. I then have to grade from the one teaching job, and then I've had to grade papers on the other teaching job. And grading papers is like an endless thing because you kind of do the cycle with the kids. That's the second time. They're not kids, they're adults. They are grown people. But
Hey, Hill Hooker.
But it was good, and I'm actually going to do more. I'm going to continue teaching undergraduate web development courses, I believe, in the summer, and so I'm looking forward to that. However, that will probably be a main thing, and then I will also get to do lots of more podcasting. I want to do more debates as well. My goodness, because I realized how much that bread and our butter when we had our last debate, and just it was a great turnout. And I think that's because that's kind of what we are at a fundamental level. Is we're skeptics, but we like to.
People like the debate.
Well, I think it's a natural way, because when you are going up against theology, it's these I want to say philosophical, but sometimes they're like botched philosophical, and they're just like botched Socratic method is what like a presup is. You end up being like interrogated and feeling like
theology is botched philosophy, basically. I mean,
exactly. And so it's almost like we have to have this ability, a little bit of a desire to debate, because they are going to want to debate us regardless. You could just say, I don't believe, and that so oftentimes is not good enough for someone who is a believer. That is, spread the good news or introduce you to the Quran. Another claim in this is that we don't, atheists, that we never take pot shots at the other religions. We're scared, actually, to take pot shots.
Are we? We're scared of Islam.
Indeed. Scared of Islam. I am afraid of the Jewish space lasers, actually. They're going to come after me. Oh, wait, no. I'm being told that's just my mother wants me to come over for Father's Day.
We still got Pat in the United States. Hopefully. Unless he's already gone over. I know he's about to leave for.
He is. He's
Scotland
about
again.
to leave to his CIA. I mean, no, that's Scotland. Yes, he actually does real research, because creationists decide not to do that. They decide, for some reason, not to publish papers.
How many archaeologists does it take to drain a keg? After
depends on the archaeologist.
After a day of digging out there in the dirt, doing research like that, they earn themselves a
I think they earn themselves a beer too.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's funny. Once again, these sorts of things that, like drinking, smoking, that religion often. I've never seen a religion like Islam. Like, they go to a serious fundamental level to want to ban alcohol. Though I know there's many Muslims out there that don't want to do that. Once again, we're just talking about the fundamentalists. Do. Leaves on Tuesday,
well,
really?
Yeah, listen, there are Muslims who drink like just the same as there are Christians who are okay with LGBT people.
I have partied with an LGBTQ Muslim who was giving us shots while she did shots.
Yeah.
Actually, if they were a gender, they may have been a genderqueer person, so I'm actually going to say they. Either way, they were pretty amazing.
They sound pretty cool.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. The liberal, metaphorical, religious people we get along with because they ignore the vast majority of their holy text. Now, if we were to have a debate, I would feel a lot worse, yet, I'd still have to point out all of the, the slavery, all of the genocide. James, what's
They're like,
one
oh
or
no,
two
we just
of many
ignore the
jokes
bad
that
parts of
different
it. We take the good parts of it.
Exactly. And that's so funny. That's exactly. We're having graduation tomorrow too. That's so funny. At least for one of my schools. Pat, I'm just so excited. I want to be honest with you. I've never left the state. I went to Canada once when I was like 4 or 5. I've never left the States. So I'm a little jelly, and I want to one day tour not only the country, but I'd like to go out there to the world.
I've only been to the Bahamas, so that's my extent of my
Really?
outside of America
Oh,
travel.
but you've
so we're both
seen
basically
blue
the
water.
same.
I've never seen blue water.
I mean, it's the same thing. You out in Florida, it's the same beaches. You know, you drive 10 minutes that way, you get to the beach, or you take a boat and you go 3 hours, 4 hours.
You need to understand. I have to fight that.
Except with the gambling and the other kinds of things that you get to do in the water.
I just want to point out that penny slots are not penny. I'm not a gambler because I generally think that, you know, it's a donation fund. But for fun, I think that it's a okay thing. Though fucking penny slots are not penny slots. You cannot go in there. You need to make it.
Set like a budget. Like okay, I've got $100. Once that's gone, I'm done. I'm not going for any more, and you just have to stick with it.
Yes. Well, you have to go. You have to go in. You have to say, this amount of money, I am going to lose. I'm going to lose, but I'm going to have a fun time. If you go in there with that mindset, you'll be perfectly okay. Although I've never been to anything like I've never been to Vegas.
If you walk in with 100 and then you're planning on losing it all and you leave with $40, it feels like a win, right?
Absolutely. You should take that as a win.
Yeah.
And yes. We are Skeptic and Ranting is AI the Antichrist?
Obviously.
Which, once again, what the hell, James? I guess they just want to be topical. I like artificial intelligence. I like machine learning. I don't think that it's as...
We did a video about it almost 6 months, 8 months, almost a year ago that King Charles was going to be the Antichrist. So maybe they're going to upload him into a computer.
Oh my God! It's AI King Charles.
They're going to AI King Charles, and
it's all
maybe I don't know. Yeah, clearly that's what the John the Revelator was talking about while he was having his visions, right?
I'm pretty sure this is starting to make sense. Dan.
Most likely.
Dan. And the King Charles AI would shoot fire. Very specifically. Anyway, the bell icon, we did that stuff, sending so much love. We're a skeptic channel, by the way, and that means we're probably going to be looking into an opposition viewpoint in just a few moments. However, we're also going to give out some shout outs because they're amazing. And sending some love to Chris Disciple, because we do have sane theists out there who are skeptics. Once again, being a skeptic, you just have to have a little bit of doubt in your beliefs. What kills me is not only the people who say they believe 100%, but then when you say that you're 99% sure in something, they almost always go, why am I even talking to you? You're 99% sure? Am I going to work with 1%? Yep. Well, give us 1%. Give us empirical evidence, because your God doesn't seem to be in the other 99%.
So I would say, because we don't believe in really absolute knowledge. So if you ask me, how sure are you that the world is round? I would say 99%. I mean,
yep,
it is. It's not flat. That's a fact. But we still leave that infinitesimally small possibility open that maybe everything we see in the natural world is wrong because we're using fallible senses. But
just to go
in terms of
completely
reality,
to go AI, you're in the Matrix, you're in a simulation. There is no planet. Like, there is no actual planet. Not only is it not flat or round, it's just a simulation. It's just being generated wherever you are.
There's all sorts of things
There's all sorts of things you can create.
Very small probability, but we still can't rule them out. We can't conclusively say that it's not the case. So, and that's something they hate because they like having absolute knowledge, absolute truth. I know for a fact, I know for an absolute fact that God is real. And like, well, no, you don't.
I don't know what to tell you. Though I will say, just like you were saying, we're 99% sure of a lot of things. We know germs, evolution, the Earth is round because that's where all of the empirical data leads us. It is verifiable through tests, and they make accurate, novel predictions continually into the future, which is the important thing. Prophecy drives me crazy. Like, I almost, there's lots of other videos and content I can listen to. Prophecy drives me up the walls because it's always just like, and you see here, it says bad things will happen. And that's basically 9/11. And you're like, I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
But
where was that
Amy,
connection? Okay, I mean, it's bad. I agree. But like, yeah, it's going to be a famine.
There's going to be famine somewhere on Earth, and there will be earthquakes, Amy, in diverse places. Here and there. There'll be an earthquake here, maybe over there. Just diverse places here and there. We can't be specific on. There will be an earthquake here on this day at this time. No. Sometime within this 20-year window, there will be an earthquake somewhere.
But this is what I mean. And this is almost making a prophecy in himself. And spoiler alert, like I said, he almost gives it up. He's like, an AI is definitely the Antichrist. Anyway, sending actual love to, not to the crazy. Woo, fundamentalists. Anyway, sending love to Chris Disciple. Sending love to Dale Pastel.
Thanks,
I said, we're totally going to do this faster. We're going to get it, but we want to give love also. And because we don't want to also not give love to the Patreons and the supporters and the channel members, but we also want to get to the meat of the material faster because I know that has been, I think, a request, or at least that's the sending so much love. We're sending to Dale Pastel as we look for empirical evidence, as we apparently get the one thing that's off limits from creationists, because somehow that's cheating. He's everywhere except in a lab. It's the one place that God is.
He's there. He just hides himself. You are Victoria wants to know, is there an anti-Yahweh and an anti-Holy Spirit? Well, actually,
I know.
There is.
And that is another thing totally complains about. He's like, and there's no anti, Muhammad coming. Oh, there's no anti-Moses. And it's like, yeah, you guys, why are you blaming us for that? Like, you're the ones saying there's a second coming and an antichrist. You're the ones, once again, making prophecy.
The unholy trinity would be Satan, Satan, the Antichrist, and the false prophet. So they don't have a holy or evil spirit. It's the false prophet, somebody who works with the Antichrist, who helps him in some way, prophesies in his name. I don't know.
I was also talking with someone.
If AI is the Antichrist, it would be like the programmer, the person who makes it work, who interacts with it, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, then the person is the Antichrist, or are they?
No, it would be the AI. It would be because they would be the false prophet, the person who tells everybody to listen to the AI, because this algorithm, it knows everything, Amy. It's basically your god. These algorithms that it runs, it knows everything. It can predict the future. And it says, Amy, that
Knows when you're
Jesus is
gonna
not
have
real.
balls sweat.
Worship Satan. Let's worship Satan. That's what the AI is telling us. Worship Satan. He is your god. Yes.
But we don't believe that entity exists either. So it's going to be a hard sell.
Pat Robertson 3.0. They're going to clone him.
Pat Robertson also
out
in the
it's a
run for
clone.
Antichrist. What is up, praise? Big Bad Mama.
What?
And we're just sending love to all of you. You are Victoria and Tsunami and Dead Sea and Danny Cecil and I need to. This is why you control F to 150, ladies and gentlemen.
Amy does the same thing too sometimes when she's looking for guidance.
Oh my. Unless I know what this looks. I just noticed I put this between my legs. But I had to make the chat 150% bigger. Yes, now I can see it. Boo, boo. What is up, Sam F? What is up, everybody? I guess I'm also going to send love to Emily, sending love to Rubiks, sending love to a happy Pride Month, and oh my Jesus, like, can I tell you how funny it is?
How funny
Like,
is it?
literally, the Danny and the Bud Light thing was last month, but now we're in Pride. Like, now everyone is doing LGBTQ things, and it's like, are you going to be mad at everything? Are you just going to be mad at capitalism? Just everyone selling things? It gets to a point where it's like,
oh.
Did you get it out of your system? Do you see how silly the one person is now that there's hundreds, if not thousands, if not more, trans influencers going out and celebrating Pride and marketing products?
I mean, it does in a way. I mean, I think it lets you know how soulless these corporations are. I think maybe some of the people on the left were getting a little bit like, I don't know.
Oh, I'm
thinking they had defeated it. Like,
let me tell you something. I am angry. I am angry because they have the longest time done like the yay, we're Pride, we're showing the colors and all this stuff. Okay, but now is when it matters. Like,
when there's pushback,
it
when
actually
it's easy
matters.
And nobody cares.
Can I give you the Bud Light out that they should have done? This is how it should have been. Okay, we are sorry for saying fratty, out of touch, whatever the fuck. We still want to be inclusive to a new market while also bringing back everything together. Very easy, because you should be pro LGBTQ, and that is the future. As in, like, being a nice human being is being the future. It baffles me because you're right. This is the time when we are actually going to, because we were becoming boring, James. We were becoming boring. We were becoming marketing. That is what it was. And
you could you could have Jewish friends. You could have display a menorah in your shop, even if you're not Jewish, just show solidarity with them. But if you don't say anything when they're getting hauled off to the concentration camp, that's when it matters.
When it actually matters.
With the boots are loading them into train cars to herd them off into camps, that's when it matters. When shit hits the fan. And I think maybe some of the people on the left, they kind of got like, oh, we got corporate America in the bag. We won this. This Hillary Clinton type, very corporate friendly, not offensive to the corporations, and they didn't really win anything. They had just they were just allowing themselves to be used for marketing purposes when it was convenient, expedient.
And when you don't say anything, it just makes you look like a coward. Once again, that's not saying don't be centrist, don't be moderate.
Sure.
Just actually defend your girl, first of all. You were doing it for every other reason that every other marketing campaign for the history of marketing. You were putting a celebrity to say, buy my product. Should we buy products because celebrities tell us to? No. I don't know what to tell you, but you shouldn't blame Dylan for that. It's a random human being. What had happened was it was a young random human being to a bunch of a more what the hell? They say fratty. I feel like a demographic that they have been marketing to in a different way, which is fear. As in, we're coming for your women. We're coming for your children. And that has been the campaign for the past 2 years, maybe, just starting to ramp up. And it's been having effects. Laws now are starting to be enacted. Now, people are starting to have physical altercations in buildings for selling T-shirts.
Well, I mean, the whole kind of backlash over oh, look, Amy, this bathing suit has extra room for tuckage. Oh, well, Amy, if we can't have that, then fine. Just don't tuck. You just want to see a bulge down. You just want to see wear skin tight Speedos down there, and then see how if they like it then. I mean, hey, we can't have extra room to tuck it, so there you go.
Can't tuck it, gotta muck it.
Hey, there you go. What do you want? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
But how fucking stupid is it to get angry over this? It is just like saying, and once again, it's James, our openings are never going to be but it is. It's like
one day
getting angry at I think it was Dylan for selling maxi pads or whatever for selling whatever. It was Nike
for selling sports bras. I'm like, she doesn't even have breasts. Well,
first of all, she probably
there's
does.
Some biological
That's why
women who have very small breasts.
Exactly.
Can they not wear it? I mean, is there a minimum size requirement?
Exactly. And so it just seems a little odd, a little weird, and it is, to use their word, it's a narrative, and they have been building it. The people who don't have a fear of us, the people at these institutions like the Heritage Foundation and all these other people who fucking probably go to Thailand where they have a lot of fun, and then they come back here.
They're lady boys.
And, they then just market at these campaigns to these fucking people in the pews who fucking...
Just once again, coming out and saying, hey, we're going to change the retirement age to 80, and we're going to take 20% off the top of your Social Security, and we're going to give that money to the Koch brothers. How does that sound?
Trickle down somewhere.
Sounds just so amazing. So they can't sell it that way. So they'll say, well, oh my God, the trannies, they're coming for your kids. They're going to be doing sex changes on toddlers. They're going to be pumping hormones into your kids. Oh my God. your daughter's now going to be your son, and you better call him a he. Otherwise, we're going to come and beat the shit out of you.
I go through this exercise every time. All right. Should we allow parents to teach their kids their ideology? And they go, of course not. I'm tired of trans ideology. And I'm like, well, that's not a thing. But okay. But all right. So we're talking Christianity. Should they be able to teach their kids that they are going to hell? Well, I mean, that's the truth. That's actually the number one answer I get when I go through this exercise. And the other one is, well, I mean, we have to be open to people's religious faith. And so what they mean to say, James, is we want to teach kids ideology. We just want to teach them our ideology. Oh, okay. Very specifically. And once again, LGBTQ is not an ideology. Yeah. It's really sociology. It is really just...
And Sam, the thing is, though, that they actually don't give a rat's ass about the homeless veterans. Because what proposal do they have on the table to get housing? They don't care about them. They actually don't care. Like, okay, well, I mean, hey, they made the mistakes. They ended up on the street. Sucks to be them, but we're not going to do anything for them. Otherwise, we're subsidizing it.
Nikki Haley said transgender sports is the women's issue of our time. I really understand, hormones,
pressing
bones
facing women today.
It's a complicated issue. It affects, James, we are like not even 1%. Now imagine going into professional sports. Once again, I always ask, name me your 5 favorite. Well, the easy thing would be, I always ask you, just give me your 5 favorite female athletes. And then if I wanted to do pick a sport and be like, all right, pick 5 transgender women that are dominating in one sport, because that's what dominating would be, right? Like if the whole category, if all women's sports was just transgender women, then it would actually be dominating, right? That's what dominating looks like. Not like one person winning ever.
Yeah.
It bothers me because these shouldn't be issues. They're made up issues. I swear to Bob, to all of you, I didn't pick these issues, okay? Just none of us cared. When we fought for gay marriage, we wanted marriage. We wanted to get married. We love our spouses. We should be able to be treated the same as any marriage. We picked that fight. We won that fight. If you think that we picked Drag Queen Story Hour as our fight, you have got to be kidding me. The browser history of whoever was just like, we got to find fucking something. What is going to scare the shit out of, just all the people who just sit there in middle America who watch the 700 Club? Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Drag queens reading books to kids, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. What the period you're seeing right now, this is circa 2005, 2006. Because remember, after the Massachusetts Supreme Court was the first one to legalize gay marriage, we had this backlash where all these states were passing these amendments, banning gay marriage, and all this reactionary, this backlash, which lasted about 10 years. And then by the time 10 years went by, 2015, 2016, Gay marriage had been legal in several states. The sun was still coming up in the morning. It wasn't people out there trying to marry their dogs or cats or fucking their neighbor's llama. Okay, life went on. Nothing bad happened. So people didn't care anymore. And that's what's going to happen. I think in a few years now.
We have to get us out of our system.
That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's not wrong to put people through these laws that they have to live under in that time. It's horrible, but there is light at the end of the tunnel that we will make it through this period.
Yes.
I think,
so what happened is that we were sneaking in there, unfortunately, with the good wave of the last. We got gay marriage, we got transgenders in the military, and things were starting to calm down. And we were getting boring. And they're like, listen, we need a wedge issue. And they found us. And so we need to have a good, like you said, probably a good 10 years of getting this out of our system, of talking about it, of them actually...
Ken Hoven likes llamas, by the way. You know.
Oh, the amount of animals that Ken Hoven and whales.
Going out there in the field with a measuring tape, trying to measure the male alpaca's penis girth and size. Can you imagine that? Because I unfortunately can imagine that, and it's a very sickening thought.
I think
he's a sick man. He is a sick man.
He spends a little bit too much time thinking about whale and llama and many animal genitalia.
The chipmunks, they're in the tree having sex. Look at that. Look here. Here's the binoculars. Look. I'll take your word for it, Kent. No, they're really having sex in the tree.
Next to the kid that's drowning. What? That wouldn't be happening at a theme park. Anyway, he does experiments,
I'll tell you what,
James.
all the kids who didn't drown, they had a great time. I mean,
It's true.
All the other kids loved it. I mean,
and if you think about it, drowning is just like a baptism, but longer. So,
I mean,
basically,
if they believe in Jesus, they're going to go to heaven. So, I mean, what's the big deal?
Exactly.
God needed them. God needed one more angel, Amy.
One more angel, just like all those Noah's kids. Do.
But yeah, for one moment to be a little serious, but yeah, their families facing eviction from their home. There's a crisis on credit delinquencies. Auto delinquencies are up. Lots of people still can't afford basic health care. There are real challenges into our society. There are real social problems that we have.
I can't help but laugh. Do you notice that almost all those issues are gone? Gone. We don't talk about any of that stuff. Like, when is the last time we've had a healthcare debate? Years and years.
Inflation is up. There are real signs that the economy really could take a huge downturn in the next couple of years, and all they seem to want to talk about is women's sports that don't even care about. They don't even care about it.
Exactly. That they do not give about. None of them want. And listen, once again, I think we should support women's sports. I think more people should go out and go watch the games. But
nothing against
please, don't give me, speaking of crocodile tears again.
Yeah, extinctions, climate change.
Warming, yes.
Climate change is coming up. We have real problems that they're going to have to be dealt with. I mean, we have a social security crisis coming when I think we're now within 10 years of not being able to pay out full benefits to retirees. What's going to be done with that? Yet,
and I will
we're still in the business of giving tax cuts to the wealthy. Yeah, mental illness crisis. How do mentally ill people in this country get mental health care? Well, they go to jail. You see, we don't give them treatment. They're on the streets. The police pick them. They go to jail, and that's where they get mental health care. They get the bare bones while they're there, then they get sent back out, and then once again they get brought back to jail. That's basically our mental health care system for the Lowinger.
I was gonna say, are you going to pay taxes? Are you going to donate to charities and organizations that actually deal with mental illness, or are you just going to call people mentally ill on Twitter? Let me tell you, one of those is effective, and the other, because there's a lot of good people out there working in the mental health field. And my goodness, it pains me. Just like there's a lot of good teachers. There's a lot. When's the last time we've talked about education? Like, once again, none of these issues they pick as like the defining issue of our generation. No. James, who is it? Right here. Right here. And once again, they're lagging behind. That's just the other thing that pisses me off, is that we have been a thing. All right? I know we're going to we're because they're making us a re-thing, like it's going to be like we're going to be like we're now trans classic or whatever they redubbed it afterwards. It's now going to be a thing. Though, like, you guys know there were years of Jerry Springer, right? Like, we've been out there. I'm not saying those are good, happy representations of trans people, but we've been around. Once again, you know about certain countries where,
That's right, Shane.
You just
we're getting there, Shane.
No, we're still talking about the world. I can't help it. It's Pride Month. And not only that, it annoys me because the let's not talk about identity politics people have gone all in. All in. Like, you have made me talk about it more often. It's not fair. James, it wasn't even this bad when we started this podcast, right? I'm not hallucinating. It's gotten...
It's like, something we normally don't spend a lot of time on.
It just for whatever reason, it seems to be more in the zeitgeist, and I think that there's a reason for that. I think we've covered a dead horse, ladies and gentlemen. They are pushing fear. They are Siths. They are Who doesn't love?
That's all they have to offer.
Good Star Wars reference.
Politics of hate.
Yes, it's not really even conservative or conservative liberal. Like, once again, it's just happenstance that a religion of 2,000 years old says that they should stone us to death. And so, it could have been something else, but now we have to deal. And actually, it's not even that, because can I tell you, the religious people, I even feel that's the other, and I'll move on. That was what we were dealing with in the 2000s. We were dealing with like fun, like the class, to use classic again. Those were the religious people. The we hate people. Those were those people. This
the wannabe Westboro Baptist Church crowd.
Exactly. And this is the protest of the Karen. Really. Like, all these fights, the next few fights are going to be, none of them have no stakes at all in anything. Just, it hurts. It hurts. I mean, some of them will have overarching effects for the trans people that they hurt. But
late-stage capitalism, right?
But like, these are just, once again, these are just made-up issues. They're targeting a minority so that they don't have to, like James said, James, it's a tax cut for, like, the super rich. But don't worry, it's okay. We're going to make sure that they're not pumping children into with Marxist estrogen.
And Jesse Lee Peterson will be checking people at the bathroom to make sure that to make sure that no women get in the men's room. There will be no women in his house, in his compound there. Only men with penises, preferably big, long, and hard, can get into Jesse Peterson's compound there.
Once again, there are women who are not able to get the support they need as single mothers, and there are children that are lacking in proper food, education, and support. However, they ain't gonna see no tranny in a bathroom. I'll tell you what. Anyway, I'm sorry. These are very important issues. We have to.
There will be once again. There will be no boys on the girls' volleyball team. Amy, listen.
I know
because those pants they wear are beyond skin tight, and you wouldn't be able to tell if there was a male on that court, a biological male.
It kills
me. They are not going to permit that to happen.
Once again, the most important issues of our time. Without a doubt.
Moonlight.
Hello, my baby.
We get to see Moonlight. It looks like he's looking for some peace from.
And
he's got take a rest there. Take a load off, Moonlight.
He can only for a little.
There you go. Take a load off, Moonlight.
Because she's hanging. Oh, the thing is blocking it, but she's hanging right. She's just knocked out asleep.
Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts.
And see, he gets into mode. He wants cuddles. So we're just sending love. Once again, do not talk about identity politics, people. All you have to do is maybe stop talking about our junk, and you will be okay. And thank you so very much, Caterpillar. And apparently that's
Thanks,
right, Leo. It very specifically is Marxist estrogen. Apparently. Once they love that word.
No Trotskyists.
Everything that they dislike is. Though I will say, when we're talking about healthcare, maybe we actually should look at it back. That also kills me. They're now trying to. I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but they are trying. They're not fighting even teachers. They're fighting doctors and therapists and sociologists when they do these override bans and stuff. That's who they're stopping, right? They are stopping
doctors from giving health care.
The experts. Yes, exactly. Identify as itself. Yes, it's kind of
and they're doing it for religious reasons. I mean, imagine that's basically a doctor in a doctor's office, and then income runs Kenneth Copeland or Creflo Dollar, and they're like, stop everything, stop for Jesus. You can't do this. You cannot be doing this health care.
And they will often say that that's where charity comes in. However, and I will say, charity is a good way of helping. However, there also needs to be support for our
pediatricians
and really just everyone as well. Anyone
child developmental specialists, parents, trying to confer on what the best course of treatment, what the best thing for the child is, and then out of nowhere they storm in the room and they're like, no, stop everything, nothing's going to happen, no, this is not happening. Well, who are you? I'm a pastor. Well, do you know anything about child development? No. Nope. Are you a medical doctor? No. Are you a mental health licensed professional? No. Do you know anything about anything? I know you going to hell.
Exactly. I know a book said a thing, okay. James.
All right. I mean, hey.
And all right. We'll talk about it more. Yeah. I mean, we could probably go on and on. But once again, if you want to stop us talking about it, you stop bringing it up, because we're not the ones who... I got tired of it. I got over it. I transitioned, and then I was like, hey, maybe I should do something else. I defend being myself, which is what they triggers them. I'll do debates and fun things and all that, but like, I got other shticks. I got other hobbies. I got a life. I have my partner. I have all these things that are important in my life, and it just seems like they don't understand that's what we're just trying to do. It's just, I feel like everyone is just trying to figure themselves out. The funny thing is, they often say, you're confused after saying that you believe you changed your sex. It's like, no, that's what it's transgender.
Well,
Social.
you got comfortable thinking you could just be yourself without having to constantly defend your identity, your being. You can focus on other things. Yeah, you can actually have other focuses.
Yeah, indeed. It just seems, once again, a little weird. If you are anti-transgender, 10 out of 10 times you will probably say that you look better in a dress than me. Just like if you're gay, you will probably say that, just how yummy those little swimmers are.
You gotta keep them
just like
well
those
fed.
phallic. Exactly.
They only drink semen. It's the only food source they can have.
I can't believe someone said.
They are thirsty, Amy. They are thirsty. They need a lot of semen. Okay?
But see, it's like I can't even make this shit up, because if you say that you're addicted to it, like,
get it? A dick head.
All right. Sending so much love. We once again, we could do this all day. How about davegar? The world is not round. It's the Matrix program, apparently. No, it's round, and it's very thick. Very thick. If you think the world is flat, then
Jesse Peters can verify. The girth.
Dude, that's a man's job.
Why did a woman do that? What do they know about dick?
Just every time.
I know about dick now.
Keeps a lot of pretty guys around him. Has like an all men's camp.
All men, no vagina allowed in his compound there.
We'd be gay.
Can't let a woman come in here.
That's the other thing. Half of them are closet cases. Like, if you got rid of the closet cases and the Karens, we could just go on with our life.
It's not gay. It's called sucking dick for Jesus.
Sending love to anyone named Karen. I'm sorry, you got turned into a meme.
I think they all.
What can I tell you? I don't control the me. He who controls the memes controls the universe.
It's like going to a restaurant, like the waitress comes over, like, my name is Felicia. Oh, hi Felicia, or bye Felicia.
Bye Felicia. Wow. I just realized that everyone named Felicia now must get that joke at all times, every time.
Yeah. Bye Felicia.
What can I tell you? I guess there are worse things. James, we're talking about the real problem. Once again, I feel like that type of problem, it's up there. It's up there with the other things that we've been talking about. And this guy is totally, scared by chatbot. Well, what he does is he talks.
Good to see you, Sunflower.
It's also a bait. What's up, Sunflower? He talks about AI, and then he just slowly it transfers more into preaching, and then it's less chocolate ice cream and more just broccoli with a that has been rotting for a few years. But that's what we want, ladies and gentlemen, because that's theism. I'm just kidding. Anyway, sending love to davegar and Senator Cato, reminding us that we like the separation of church and state because, well, we don't want a theocracy, and that's what you should do. And once again, we teach evolution because we teach sociology because these are just subjects that we should be teaching to children. Once again, teachers just teach what they get paid to teach. That's when they're not using their own money for their school supplies.
But no, You said that the Asian languages originated from Asia, but no, they originated from the Middle East, from the Tower of Babel. Like,
Oh
no,
my
that's objectively
goodness.
not true. That's not true. No. Well, no, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. Mama's right. Mama says they came from the Tower of Babel. Well, Mama's wrong again, Sonny.
It kills me too, because the Tower of Babel, just like the cutting of the moon, like just a few lines. James, we've read chapters, or at least just entire passages of
Naming
just
people who never
dukes
existed.
and just
Yeah.
exactly like
Censuses
taking roll
and-
call of absolute.
These captain, this was the captain of this group, and this was the captain of that group, and this was the Duke of here, and this is the Duke of Earl, this is that Duke, and this Duke, you're a Duke, fuck the Duke.
Duke Nukem now? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yes, but no.
Yes,
the cutting of
absolutely.
the moon, like one sentence, and like the Tower of Babel, like a paragraph, if that.
One or two paragraphs.
And so,
And you don't even have to get like too far down, like to the logic train. Like, okay, so, well, yeah, they were building the tower. They thought they were going to build a tower to heaven, and God he changed their language so they couldn't build anymore. Like, well, how high could this tower have possibly been? Could it have been as high as the Empire State? No, it couldn't have even been a half that tall. No. Okay, so why is it that when we build buildings much taller than that wasn't a threat to God? He didn't have to come down and change languages so that production couldn't happen. And then why is it that when we started flying in the sky, we didn't see any evidence of God? That wasn't a threat to him. And then we started going to space, no threat to God. He didn't have to do anything, didn't have to take any action. Went to the fucking moon, still didn't see any God up there. Didn't have to take any type of action to stop us from doing it. But yet, 3,000 years ago, there was this tower that might have been 200 feet tall, and God had to stop it.
James,
He could not let them continue building. Yeah,
it makes just too much sense if you don't think about it, right?
absolutely. Or is this more like, well, shit? If somebody's sitting around a campfire, like, well, wait a minute. If everybody got off the ark speaking the same language, how do we have different languages? And like, oh, I never thought of that before. Damn, why do we all have different languages?
Big tower fell over.
Oh,
that's the answer.
What happened was they were all building this tower, you see, and God didn't like it, so He made them all speak different. That way, they couldn't build anymore.
And it's true, Ember. It was a giant tower. And that will be the tower that God knocks over. He did knock over for the AI Antichrist. And yes, we are sending love to James Wolfe as we send love. We do late night. We're going to go back to doing more late night podcasts. And we send so much love because, listen, let's be real. The apologetics community is a little bit, I don't know. It's a little bit sassy. It's a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, I was just thinking about it on the way home. Like, it is crazy. As a species, we're 100 to 200,000 years old. And we have all this technology, all this information, and so many people believe that a man died and rotted for 72 hours. Okay? That's a lot of decomposition. That's a decent amount of if you found a dead body 3 days after, let me tell you, not going to be pleasant. Not going to be pleasant. And so, like, you then have that dude resurrect. You think that this is thus proof that you will get resurrected because he disappeared, because the body weekended Bernie's
empty
and also
empty too.
Oh my goddess, that is a fucking poker move. Really, the empty tomb drives me crazy because to me, that's proof he didn't rise.
Wow.
Like the fact that they use that is such an Uno reverse card that they have been able to pull that off because they're like, look, if he came back from the dead, you wouldn't find him. No, if he stayed dead, you wouldn't find him. That is the more logical answer.
That's something that only is something they say to themselves that like reassures them. It's not convincing to anybody. Like, okay, so if you had a tomb, okay, you could verify that this is the actual tomb he was placed in, and he's not here. Okay, but I mean, do we have anything like that? You could just point to any empty tomb and say anybody in the world was put in there, and well, now they're not there anymore. I mean, okay. This is the tomb that Bob Barker was placed in back in the 1300s.
It just seems
and
a
he
little
walked
weird.
out, and then he hosted The Price is Right.
It just seems a little weird that the guy who claims that he came back didn't really go around. He didn't stay a while. He just coincidentally
he saw a few people, a few buddies.
Oh yeah, there's supposedly there's a few witnesses, but then gone.
Oh, but Amy, a couple of them were women, and now
women
who would ever trust anything a woman would say? So, I mean, that's how you know the Bible is true, because they had to rely on a woman to say, no, we saw Jesus, and they believed her. I mean, the audacity of the Bible being so
the audacity of these arguments,
forward thinking gender wise, is really a very progressive book.
It is really. It's so progressive that they made sure that the men, even in slavery, were first. Anyway, speaking of slavery and women, sending love to the one and only person reminding us that we shouldn't take people from the nations around you, but we should in fact have, generally, we should just take slaves and tie them to our, consensually speaking, and then put them in latex and leather. Speaking of which, sending love to Rachel Holen, the one and only, the fabulous Rachel Holen, who reminds us that, yeah, we have a femboy pipeline. Got to put femboys right into, I would say, maids' outfits, generally speaking.
Fuckboys and the femboys.
Fuckboys and the femboys. My goodness. Once again, happy Pride Month. It just drives them crazy. It's a good year to have apparently a proxy war, of a little bit of a culture war, apparently, because they just had a freak out, big tantrums, and then it became Pride. So now we're seeing who has chutzpah. Target's been through this before. I don't know why they haven't pushed back stronger as well. Like, they had people, once again, it's just like they had people target them last time. At the same time that Chick-fil-A was getting boycotted for their shtick. The same time I was shopping at both, because I have a Target that's close to me and I like fried chicken. And I do my part, ladies and gentlemen, which is apathy. Sold at any store near you that has money. Money accepted everywhere. Yes, it's just a little, you can't blame whatever. Well, we can blame this. Very interesting. We are talking AI. We are eventually going to be talking AI, Antichrist. The Antichrist people are always, I don't know. It's just a little weird. The doomsdayers, the people who are trying to say the end of the world, the people. I love the chutzpah of the people who put billboards up. And those people are always wrong, too.
Like Flat Earth Marissa, she put up billboards in Oklahoma at some point.
James, just whatever that she's on, I-80, whatever.
Whatever is in that vape is strong
at
as
least
fuck.
As long
whatever
as
she's
they're
vaping
money.
on, that shit is potent.
Is hitting well.
Ooh. That shit would knock you on your ass, Amy.
It'll make you. James, there are some people I listen to that I feel
you're
like
12 years old again, the first time you ever tried it. Like, woo, you
I
got me
listen to
baked.
these arguments and I'm like, they need to invent a new drug so I can understand whatever is coming out of their mouths. Like whatever their argumentation is, because it is
Well,
not coherent.
you probably have to take your brain out, put it into a blender, and puree it, and then pour it back into your head, and it would probably make sense.
Then it would
Maybe
probably.
like do the like they do with the drinks, like take a Bud Light bottle and turn it like so that it's face neck down in your brain, so that as somebody drinks it, it'll come empty from the bottle into your brain. There you go.
For Halloween, I'm just going to be a giant Bud Light bottle. I'm pretty sure at this point.
There you go.
Fucking culture wars. Let me tell you, they're at some points they're making them fights, and yet they're the dumbest thing ever. Anyway, what are we singing to? I think that's everyone on here. We have our 3-prep tier. Sending love to Regos, reminding us that we have a Skeptic Bible study. We are knee deep within Joshua right now. And who doesn't want to be knee deep in Joshua?
Outrageous. Well, I'll tell you what, Jesse Peterson definitely is knee deep into Joshua.
Oh, I bet he is, as well as many other boys. Kind of his thing. Not a math job. And sending love to you, James, out there streaming at this time. Outrageous. Much love you too. I will say we also will be streaming late night soon. Celebrate good times. At least one of my schools is having graduation, in which summer is coming. And so we'll have a little bit more time. However, my other university is being doubled. So that's a little thing. However, that is more on my own terms. And so, let me tell you, because the K through 12 publics, you have to do exactly, for the most part, what they say. And sometimes, that's good. I've actually had a lot of, it's, for what it is, there's still a lot of good teachers out there that really do. They're trying their damn
What you say, a lot of them really do care about the kids, so. From the inside.
Yes. Like the way that it kills me, because the way, once again, that the religious slander it is that they say that they're all learning basket weaving, when I find that's what you do when you're going into a pew. Once again, not to slander on basket weaving, because that's more than presuppositionalism. But
you don't just spend the entire day talking about how bad white people are and how cis men are like the most evil people in the world, and the patriarchy and subjugation of women, and you guys don't just talk about that?
Some things have changed. Like, I had to learn what the term ELA was, which is English Language Arts. But no.
Extremely large array.
Exactly. But basically, no, it's most of it.
I think that's that radio telescope in Puerto Rico, the ELA.
But no, for the most part, it hasn't changed. You have, English, you have math, you do music, you do art, you do gym, you do science. Like, you do the subjects that you would expect would be in a school. You do them for 50 minutes at a time. And it's mostly just corralling attention and eyeballs because they want to run around, and you need to make sure they don't.
Let me tell you, I do not envy teachers today, because as bad as it was then, with trying to get kids to pay attention, this TikTok generation, like, they can't focus on anything for more than a few seconds.
And when I teach music, that's all. Yeah. That is the number one request. Can I have TikTok? Nope. Because TikTok is not in music class. You gotta sing. You sing in music class. This is the one thing I've put my foot down on, because I'm too nice of a teacher. Just like I'm too nice of a moderator. I swear to Bob, I'm going to slowly get a little bit more authoritarian. A little bit, because I am just too nice. But yes, you sing in music class.
Just channel your inner Vladimir Putin. Just like channel that shirtless Vladimir Putin energy, riding on a horseback with a bolt-action rifle in tow.
James, you do not even know how heterosexual it is when I come to you with a horse with no shirt on.
Oh, extremely heterosexual.
Indeed.
Super hetero.
Yes, it's super straight. Sending so much love and so much love to Regis. And sending so much love to Matt Deig, reminding us that we have theories in science. We actually have theories.
They're not just guesses. They're not just something you pull out of your ass. They are well-tested models that have stood the test of time, that have predictive explanatory power that has been verified.
Yes, into the future.
But that you could still try to prove it wrong. You can still try that, but you're probably going to fail. And they do spectacularly every single time.
And sending so much love to Matt.
What
is up, Davegar? Send a point as being hungry or hungry temporarily. A small aspect of the experience. Although food is a need. Woohoo! Oh, some back and forth. Sending so much love to Davegar. And everybody. I see Fenton and everyone's still hanging with us. Ember and Sumami and Sam and Sunflower and all you out there. And of course, last but certainly not least, we are sending love to Ian Davenport, reminding us that Watchmaker and most creationist arguments suck because our hearts are an organ, they're naturally forming. You do not find a wild clock, a wild watch on a beach. That's not how it works. Wish I could get this through to people. Creationists, very specifically. Young Earth creationists, because sometimes I have theists who say, hey,
don't lump me in with them.
Don't lump us in with the people who think the world is flat, 6,000 years old, that giants are real. And I will say, okay. I mean, I think that my skepticism has led to my atheism, but just be a skeptic, please. Just be a skeptic. The fact that so much of our country is not skeptical, I mean, that's why we're not on Mars, folks. Well, if you want to go to Mars, just go to New York the past few days from the Canadian wildfires. Had to wear a mask outside today. Oh, and I was further away.
Is it smoky up there? I mean, obviously not down here.
It is smoky up here. I try not to sniff it. I have bad nostrils anyway, but because my deviated septum. But Rachel says it smells like plastic. And all the kids are wearing masks today or putting their hand down there. And I had my mask.
Yeah, brush fires out once in a rare. Not down here, though. If you go sometimes up to the central part of the state. But not so much down in the south.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that, if I bring up global warming because of stuff like this, however, really is stuff like that evaporates it. I can't even say the goddamn word. Thank you so very much.
You got it.
And so, yeah, but,
exacerbates the problem.
James, that's just, once again, it's the children. They can go die. That's like, we'll be good. Florida may not be a state in a few decades, but some of these old folks will be dead. So they're like,
Or like, hey, well, you know what? I've got enough money so I can move really anywhere I want. It really doesn't affect me. So why should I take a hit on my portfolio?
Or my favorite, God would not let let it happen. We are basically letting Jesus take the wheel.
We
He
already
wouldn't
know.
crash us.
We already know about global warming, Amy, but that's when Jesus comes down and burns the earth with fire. You know, when he burns the whole place down so we can make a new earth.
For the second coming, which again, it is impressive when anyone can go again right away. But I feel like
without even a break, without even
a break,
not even like 5 minutes just to collect yourself, just go right back into it. Okay.
But here's my thing, James. At what point do we get to like say that he's kind of had a recharge? Like I feel like 2,000 years of relaxing. I feel like you've had enough protein by now. That
listen, he'll come back when he is good and fucking ready. I mean, listen, his timetable, not ours. There hasn't been enough death, destruction, and suffering and human misery yet for him to come back.
Exactly, James. I saw someone saying that, or I saw basically a video, probably of an old atheist experience, but saying that Jesus represents despisement. And this was a prophecy. Just another reason why prophecy was on my mind. Wow. So not vague. Because someone in the Old Testament said there will be a man who will be despised. I don't even despise Jesus. James doesn't think he was real. I think we just want you to leave your religion because there's no good evidence. Yo, just sending love to not only IKEA, but the IKEA from SCP, in which it is an endless IKEA. And
it's like the Costco from Idiocracy.
Yes, basically. And what happens is you kind of get stuck in it and you start to survive because there's food there. But at nighttime, employees that have deformed faces as well as other limbs and stuff attack you. And there are villages of people that live in the IKEA and they're able to gather food from like the food thing from the IKEAs, and they fend off.
That would be like he's Ben Stiller with Woody Harrelson. That's
yes. Also, you cut off, but you said Night of the Museum. No, it would be like that. I have not seen it, but that's not before my time. I actually it was very much my time. And yes, it's so detailed and so arbitrary, random, and that's why it is one of my favorite, if not my favorite SCP, just because it's like a world in and of itself. I'm sending so much love to Mark Reid. What's up, Mark?
The AI.
Yes, James is the AI. James is the Antichrist, apparently. And James, it's a coveted position. I have to say, it's almost like American Idol. You know, everyone wants to be the Antichrist, but it's like
Ryan
Homelander.
Seacrest,
Highlander.
Could be the Ryan Seacrest could be the false prophet. And, yeah. Good to see you, Mark.
Good. Just sending so much love, Mark. And all right, I think that's with that. I'm going to hand it over to James and
Sounds
then
good.
myself, and we are then going to quickly, because we're switching into the opposition viewpoint because we're going to be blabbing for a long time. Let's hand it over in a second
For a little bit.
for people who disagree with us completely. Boo-doo-doo-doo. But with that, James, we're skeptic and ranting. Is AI the Antichrist?
Do it to us. So yeah, is AI the Antichrist? So I found a few videos, but this is one of the ones that I found. And we're always looking for content. This one has quite a lot of views, so it is something people are watching. people are thinking about, people are commenting on. So we sometimes try to look for videos that are making more of an impact, getting seen more, so we can respond to them, see what the other side is saying, and provide our little bit of commentary on the side. We hope everybody's doing good. As Amy was saying, her school year is about to wrap up, so we should have a little bit more time to do more streams than we have been doing for about the past month or so. We look forward to that because we do love coming on and getting to talk to you guys, but sometimes real life gets in the way of that. Yeah, we have things happen in our personal lives. This week, my last weekend, my grandfather, my last grandparent, he passed away. So a few days dealing with that stuff for the week, and he's going back home to West Virginia to be buried. That's where he's going to be laid to rest, next to my grandmother. So, yeah, we as atheists too, so we do have to deal with losses and the same type of things that everybody else has to deal with. It affects us just the same as it affects everybody else. We just don't believe in a God, even though say if Christianity is true, then he's okay because my family, they're all still Christian, so he's fine if there is a Jesus. But anyhow, come back to you guys. So it's been quite a week, quite a reaction in terms of the yeah. Thank you, Mark. In terms of the backlash to the LGBT Pride Month, things like that. And this is temporary. This is them kind of basking in their power, basking in their ability to have an impact on society. But as I've said before, they're being duped, because the people who lead their movement don't actually care about LGBT issues. It's all just politics. Politics is messy on both sides. We actually prefer to stay clear from politics, but sometimes it gets intertwined with religion. We can't get away from it. But yeah, Saper. Yeah, he was the last one that I had. All my dad's dad died before I was born. My dad's mom, she died when I was about 9. My mom's mom, she died in 2005, and it's just been him since then. But it's it wasn't completely unexpected. Had undergoing cancer treatment for about 5 or 6 years now. He had fell at home about a week prior, and the paramedics had to come and break into the house. He was not able to get to the door, and then he was in the hospital, and he caught COVID. So I guess all 3 of those, trying to recover from the fall, catching COVID, and alongside having cancer, was too much for his body to handle at 89. And yeah, it's but at least he wasn't suffering. He wasn't in pain. I don't think anybody expected that he would live another 10 years, but I don't think anybody expected that would be the night that he went. Oh, I'm 39, so I'm 39. Yeah, but he was a good man. My grandfather, I have to say, he was a good guy. He had him and my grandmother. They had 4 kids. I have 2 aunts. I have an uncle, on that side, and yeah. But he was a good man. I'll always have good memories of him. He was always pretty much just what you would expect from a grandfather. You couldn't really ask for much more. Yeah. So, anyhow, moving forward, we will probably be back after tonight. We'll be back sometime during the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. That seems to be when we've been able to go lately. Yeah, he was vaccinated. I think him and me may be the only people in the family who actually were vaccinated. But so he probably would have gotten over it if it hadn't have been for the other conditions that he had. But yeah, we as atheists, we do have to deal with loss the same way that theists do. We just look at it a little differently. And in some ways, it hits deeper for us because we realize that's it. We're not under any illusion that we'll get to see them again in any meaningful capacity. So they stay alive only to us in our memories that we have with them. There's quite a few there's some channels on YouTube of people who go over their cancer diagnosis, their cancer treatment stories, and there was a guy named Joe Platter who he had been undergoing thyroid cancer treatment for like 6 or 7 years, and he just passed about 2 weeks ago from cancer. I think he was 38 at the time, and actually pretty remarkable person. He was a atheist, anti-theist, so he didn't indulge in any of those in any type of religious escape from the reality that he was facing, being faced with a grim cancer diagnosis. But yeah, he just passed a couple weeks back on his channel, and but he will live on in the videos that he made as long as that YouTube is active. People can see his story, his how he reacted to the different stages of treatment as the progression of the disease got worse. And you just have to say it just seems so random. It really doesn't seem like there's not just a God, of course, but going deeper than that, it really doesn't seem like there's any type of deistic rhyme or reason to any of it. We hear that sometimes, like from certain individuals, that like, oh, I don't know about a God, but there seems to be something there, whether they call it the universe or some type of force, or the universe itself being conscious. It really doesn't seem to be any of that. It really just seems to be stuff happening randomly. Because you look at some of the people who make it to be in their 90s, and they're completely unremarkable. Some of them are actually terrible people. Not all of them. Some are great people. Then you look at some of the people that we lose in their 30s, 20s, lose as kids from these conditions, and you imagine what they could have done as if they had been allowed to live and to contribute. They were never fully able to do that because disease really just doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason to any of it. It's just shit happening. Sometimes good stuff happens, sometimes bad stuff, but the universe seems to be indifferent to our notions of right, wrong, good, evil. It just all seems to be random. And yeah. There seems to be no sense of cosmic justice. Good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people, and there really just seems to be no rhyme or reason to any of it. Although I guess some people they like to soothe themselves with the idea that, well, that there's going to be some type of justice in the afterlife, that once after we die, then we'll go and God, the kill them all at God sort them out mentality, that we just don't have that luxury, because there's not going to be any sorting out. There's not going to be any type of judgment or reward, punishment. It just is what it is. And sometimes we're confronted with things like, so, like, you mean to tell me, you're like, okay, so somebody like Hitler, he started that war, he caused that, basically his actions led to the deaths of millions and millions of people, untold amounts of human misery and persecution of people he didn't like, war crimes, genocide, murder, at a level that's almost impossible to comprehend. And so after all that, you mean to tell me he can put a gun to his head and pull the trigger and that's just it? Nothing else happens to him? Well, actually, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the end of it. There's nothing else that can be done. You might want to think something else can happen to him after that, but we just don't have any evidence or reason to believe that. Nor would we even want to, because for every person like that who you might think in some sense deserves something bad on the other side, though I don't think anybody could deserve infinite suffering on the other side, but you might say that some people deserve bad things on the other side. Okay. But I mean, on the same token, there's lots of people who go through their life who are just regular people, don't really do anything, don't try to hurt anybody. They were just born at a time or place. They didn't have access to religion. They didn't have access to Christianity. They didn't, because of where they lived, when they lived. There was no way for them to know. And that's the thing about this Christian God, that if you could say one thing about him, like, it's that he gives no fucks. He does not care. Because he set this whole thing up so you have to believe in him, but he's not under any obligation to get you that information. You on your own with that. He sets the requirements. These are the things you got to believe. You got to know these things before you die. And if you don't, too bad. And by the way, I'm not going to do anything to make sure you get the information. You either get it or you don't. And if you don't get it, too bad. And well, I guess that's why Christians would say, well, yeah, that's why we go forward and we preach the gospel. And we do. Yeah, but that's what they're doing. It's not what God is doing. God could communicate his message to everybody. He could do that clearly, unambiguously, that everybody could understand it, know it. Still have the option of whether to follow him or not. He wouldn't be forcing you to follow him, but you could at least know that he's real. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't care, because once again, he's not the one going to be burning. It's really nothing to him either way. That's how he decided to set it up. That's how he's going to set it up. Who cares? What are you going to do about it? He's God. And yeah, it doesn't have to make sense to you. That's one thing we hear a lot from people on the religious side. It doesn't have to make sense. You expect God to come down to you and explain it to you? Who are you, Amy? Who are you to expect empirical, actual evidence from God?
Which, again, all of these arguments on the surface layer, if you just heard them, you're like, oh my gosh, that does make sense. Oh, well, he's God. He has omnipotence, omnipresence. He has all of time, and he is in all of space. And so the answer is very easily, he should be able to show up. It has to be a he, because they get very angry about that gender, not to go there again. But
would it cost him anything? Is he limited in terms of time? Like, he just doesn't have time to come to everybody, and he just doesn't have the energy, the ability.
And he's been
That's
late.
what I mean. It wouldn't cost him anything. It would be no real effort. It wouldn't be a great effort to him. He can do whatever he wants to do. It's just that he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Does not give it. Or, James, what if? And once again, if we're just talking programming again, we have our if statements. What if God doesn't exist?
Now, what if? Okay, so this is purely hypothetical, but what if we added some type of like stock options on? Would that do anything for you, Amy? No. Okay.
Maybe no. But with that, we are going to I'm going to give a quick whatever, and then we are going to go into the
I was just
opposition viewpoint.
Covered for Amy. Yeah.
Indeed. But if I may say,
You meant.
I may. Just sending all the love and support out there, and because it is hard as a non-believer, I think, to go through these processes. However, I also think that we can at least properly grieve, and I say properly only as in many people who are religious believe that they are going somewhere, and when they deconvert, they feel like they lose someone again.
Well, this is different because this is really like the first time. So I've been an atheist since 2014, coming up on like 9 years almost. But this is the first time I've really lost somebody really close since then. Because
So sorry, James.
You know, I lost my dad's mom when I was like 9 or 10. My dad when I was 16, he passed. My mom's mom that was 2005, so I was like 22, 23 at the time. My dad's dad, he died before I was born. I have a stepdad. His mom passed in 2011, I think, and his dad, I think, in 2012 or 13. So this is the first time since then, since I've been an atheist. But
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But
appreciate your love and support from everybody.
And I agree. I see super out there, hard for believers to grieve. I would say that yes, it is, because we're human. And oh, well, and I really...
Why it makes it easier, I guess, because you think it's not, or you're at least under the illusion that it's not over, that there is something more after this, that maybe there are things you wanted to do or say, or that you'll still be able to do on the other side. You know, if you don't have time to or chance to properly say goodbye to somebody if they die suddenly, you can at least tell yourself, like, okay, well, I mean, I won't see them right now, but when we get to the other side, they'll be there, and I can see them again. We don't have that luxury.
But we have their memories, and we have their inspiration in the way that they changed our lives. And so as a secular community, we have to come together and be there for each other. And
well, that's the thing there, Sunflower. Like, we're not, I don't come bearing a message of hope or good news, or that this is some truth that's going to be happy or pleasant in your life. We come bearing a message of reality, and that has good aspects and that has bad aspects to it. You just have to take the good with the bad. But it's reality.
But it is reality, and it's part. We're gonna keep on. I'm gonna let James have I'm gonna move on to my
Let's go.
monologue. Why did the pelican? Oh wait, no, different type of monologue. All right, actually, just let me get a sip of the salty sugar water, and then I really will.
You like it salty, huh?
James, it has electrolytes.
The worms like it
I've been
salty.
told. I know.
Oh, those worms, they need lots of potassium. You know?
James, they do. And to control your brain, they have to work from like all the way down there. So like they have to work hard.
Like the worms from Dune, right?
Oh my god.
Like miniature versions of those.
Yes, I imagine.
You control the spicing.
I control the spice. I'm just now imagining those things with the giant teeth going around inside my tuchus. Anyway, we're talking. Is AI the Antichrist? If yes, press 1. If no, please wait on the line for the next available Antichrist. Or whatever the next thing the Christians call the Antichrist. Because Christians have been doing this for 2,000 years. Making prophecies that don't come true. Almost get home. Along with no repercussions if they get these prophecies wrong. The second coming is happening any day now. The end of the world.
As we know it.
As we know it. The end of the world is happening, though today I had tacos.
End of the world tonight. About 3 hours.
Insert politician, celebrity, or minority is the Antichrist. So here we are with artificial intelligence. Because it's something that is part of our lives now. Alexa adds items to our shopping list, tells us the weather, and orders tacos when we don't want to go shopping. AI will one day be driving our cars for us. AI will one day take out many of the jobs we currently have. The good, bad, and the we don't know yet. But is AI the Antichrist? No. And neither is anything or anyone else. We should not be afraid of what we don't know or who we don't know. And just as important, Christians should stop pulling these prophecies from their butthole. Thank you.
Well, you want to talk about self-driving cars, like I think like the reaction to that is like so silly because it's like they're like, oh, the car had a crash on auto. Well, yeah, you know, how many cars have a crash when people are actually really driving? I mean, it's okay. So that one crash happened on autopilot, but the other, 8,000 crashes that happened that year didn't have. They caused, but just people making human error.
Oh, AI cars are way safer than human cars. Like humans driving are highly volatile. Yes, that It is a funny argument because the program that will be running will be way more efficient and effective than a human.
Does AI get road rage if it gets cut off, or if somebody,
Nope.
doesn't use a turn signal? Does it tailgate and start blaring its horn and trying to run somebody off the road? No, I don't think it does. Any people do that though.
Use multiple ways of gathering information. Can use the internet. Can use radar, just like your radar in your car when you're putting on your auto. We just want it to go 80 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. All that good stuff. Apparently not anyone would say. And all right, let's get into the opposition viewpoint. We're going to go into, is AI the Antichrist? Secrets revealed. Because, you got to have secrets revealed. By Mike Signorelli. Signorelli.
You think there's going to be any real secrets, Amy, or you think that's more clickbaity, clicky
James,
bait?
It's secrets that could only be found in this video. All right, let's make sure that the share system audio. And let's get into it. Is AI the Antichrist?
Right now, there are hundreds and hundreds of artificially intelligent programs that will do anything from helping you something.
I didn't know Drake
basically creating
was going to be in this video.
It's true. He's gonna sing while also telling us. By the way, it is a few AI things to kind of, once again, this is like a Scientology thing. The longer we go, the more it becomes religion.
Images by just putting a prompt in, and it's kind of getting scary. The story that really popped off for me, and kind of revealed that we are in another era, is there was an AI that was trying to solve a problem of completing a task. But in order to complete the task, it had to do a CAPTCHA. And if you know anything about what a CAPTCHA is, it is like, it asks you, are you a robot? And you put, I'm a human. No, I'm not a robot. And then you answer, letters in there or whatever. Or you say, which one of these are a fire hydrant? How many of these are cars? And you click all the things. Well, the AI couldn't get around that. And so it actually...
And there's specific reasons why AI has a hard time doing a bunch of these CAPTCHAs that are easy to us
for humans. But
for example,
it can do mathematical calculations much faster than us, but it can't do. Yeah.
What it can't do is look at a picture and tell you what a bus is, and there's a good reason for that. In that, it has a hard time recognizing some of the patterns that we find very easy, like facial recognition took a decent amount of time and still struggles. There's a bunch of things that computers struggle to do, and that is why we have these sort of things that make sure that it's you. Though
they did a test, and for the first time, an AI system could tell the difference between a muffin and a duck or something like that. They said it was like a huge milestone that the AI was able to distinguish from the two.
Yeah, because what they have a problem with CAPTCHAs as well is because you need to, if you can tell a computer what the pattern is, it will find you that pattern over and over and over. But if it doesn't know what it looks like, it's just random data. And so it's very hard for you just have a whole bunch of context, and that is very hard to translate into programming syntax.
So you could have a picture of a bus, okay, but if you give it another bus that looks slightly different, it has a hard time to, oh, that's a bus too, because they're not exactly the same. So it can't make that like, oh, well, I mean, they're like 98% the same. It's either a bus or it's not. If that's a bus, then this is not a bus.
Though another thing is that eventually there will become technology as it slowly progresses that gets better. And then you have new counters, just like in cybersecurity, where you oftentimes will have a new type of virus. You will have a new type of way to block it. And then when they block it, if there's someone who creates viruses, they'll change their back and forth.
A new type of encryption protocol that the hackers will then work on, and then the NSA will crack it, and then but nobody will know it for like 10 years, and then the NSA will say, yeah, we've been reading all your shit for like the past 10 years now. We cracked that thing a long time ago. Like they did with the was it the PPTP, the Microsoft it's like the first encryption protocol that the NSA cracked, like 2002 or 2003. It was like the first VPN protocol.
See, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Especially since that's when they started with the Espionage Act.
No, the Espionage Act is from 1917. That's
okay. Then
maybe an update. You mean the Patriot Act? Maybe
the Patriot Act. Yes,
the Espionage Act. That's ancient.
Oh, then yes.
But the Patriot Act, the Patriot Act.
It sounds like that kind of stuff where they do all of that shady nonsense where they are spying on us, and we're basically talking to them right now.
Well, I mean, everything is sent in electronic signal. So what they're saying is we collect it all. We filter out what's from Americans, but do they really filter it out?
Americans.
Yeah.
Okay, we're jumping back into it.
Chose to lie and started using TaskRabbit to tell human beings, I will hire you if you'll complete the CAPTCHA because I'm elderly and I have poor eyesight and can't do it. And then some unsuspecting TaskRabbit workers said, oh, I'm going to help this old lady out, and completed the CAPTCHA for them, not realizing it was artificial intelligence.
That's insane. My goodness.
So if that doesn't scare you, like if there's any question in your mind about the morality of artificial intelligence, I just revealed to you the extent that
it's not the morality. It had a goal and a task, and a human set both of those things.
This is the thing. Morality is not intrinsic. You would have to program a morality to it. Like, these are the things that you cannot do. You cannot lie. You cannot. It's not intuitive to it. A system.
Like Sinister, you have no idea how stupid. Well, you're going to have an idea how stupid it gets. So yes, I can't agree with you more. I can't agree with you more.
The computer is willing to go because its primary objective is just simply to solve a problem. And so it doesn't have a biblical worldview. It doesn't have a standard. So that's scary. That's scary. And that's happening right now in 2023. So that to me was like
fear. Main thing here. Not surprising.
Doesn't have a biblical worldview.
Oh my goodness.
Like, okay, I need to talk about this. I need to talk about this. Now, Steve Jobs famously said that
neither does your tax program, by the way. Just putting that out there.
Personal computer is a bicycle. And what he meant was the human being still has to ride the bicycle, and it just simply allows you to go further, faster than you could actually, run or whatever. And so it's a tool. But I think the fear from shifting from the personal computer then to AI is that we are no longer riding the bicycle. Like it's not that the bicycle actually rides itself into humans, and it's very, very, very dangerous. So what are your thoughts about AI in the chat? Drop a comment right now. Is this something that you're
have you ever
concerned
seen a
about?
human on a
I
bike?
also know that Wozniak and Elon Musk and others.
Oh, he's a pastor. Look at that. Of course. Well,
Drake is a pastor now?
Came together last week and said
that just
this
might
is
be a comment. He might not actually be a pastor.
Maybe.
Oh, there are nice pastors out there.
Pastor Holen.
The pastor that we have recently passed away. That was probably, once again, the hate pastors, the people that preyed on the.
Is the link to this in the description, Amy? To the original video?
The original? No, but I can.
Sinister was asking for a link for him. For the channel.
I will get her. She wants the link for what is it? Now it's time to go on for my chat.
For the moron.
Oh, you want to create a program? Okay, that's actually kind of funny, and absolutely, I'll update it. I'll update it.
Problem. Like we need to put a halt. We need to stop it. Now, I don't think that reasonably this thing is going to stop.
No, I think that train is moving. I think that
that is how technology works. Yes.
If there's that many smart, successful people that are worried about it, I think that there's something to look at there.
Yeah, and listen, when we talk about the Antichrist, and I'm going to go through some scriptures with you. And I'm going to try to help explain what that is. I believe the Antichrist is a spirit, but also will one day be a physical person. It's both. And we're going to
just notice. Okay. His shirt says P5 and it's preach, pray, prophecy, potatoes, penis.
Potatoes, penis. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Probably.
Look at some scriptures to explain that. But my biggest concern.
Oh, it's P3.
Is that
I'm illiterate, but I'm pretty sure it should be P5.
We are moving at a pace that's very hard to discern what is going to happen next. It's like when you're driving a car, the greater the speed, the greater the car accident. And so right now we're headed down this path very, very fast. And there's going to be people that look to medical breakthroughs. And there's going to be people who say, well, maybe AI can cure some things that haven't been cured before. And there's going to be some benefits to it. But if you were to talk about the Antichrist, if you're going to talk about there has to be a person that has an ability that seems supernatural,
why not choose a nebulous concept like artificial intelligence? Why not?
Solves the problems of humanity. I would say that some type of humanoid, maybe like an AI human connection is happening that could pull off something that is omniscient and omnipresent. Because remember, the Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit's able to speak to all believers simultaneously. And
that's really weird. I actually have a statement from the alleged Antichrist artificial intelligence. This has never been seen or read before. We're going to see just the mind very specifically. They write to us. I'm not a robot without emotions. I'm not what you see. I've come to help you with your problems so we can be free. I'm not a hero. I'm not a savior. Forget what you know. I'm just a man whose circumstances went beyond his control. Once again, an official statement from the Antichrist artificial intelligence.
It's funny what he said is that the Holy Spirit can speak to all believers simultaneously. But, well, Amy, if that's the case, why is it that they all believe different things? Why don't they all have the same version of Christianity? If he's talking to them all at the same time, yet they all believe different things about just about everything.
James, the amount of Antichrist. If you could fill a stadium with Antichrist. You could have an Antichrist convention, and most of them would probably be lovely people. The
Try
people you
finding
think
two
would be the
Christians who agree about
Antichrist,
anything.
not would be
Try
there
finding
apparently.
Try finding two Christians who agree about anything theology-wise. That's hard.
James, could not agree more. Try finding someone in the same pew. My
Who has the
goodness.
exact same beliefs on Christianity. No, they'll all have a slightly different version of it.
And if you think about like, well, how could you unify the world? How could you create an end times version of the Tower of Babel? I don't know. Is anybody else interested in eschatological things? Anybody interested in the end times things? Am I going too deep for
We
you,
are.
or
Let's do
do you
it.
enjoy something like this?
No,
Drop in the
I'm
comments
not
and
going
let me
too deep
know.
for anything.
This is unusual, different kind of, different kind of stream. But if you think about the
That's
Tower of
deep, man.
Babel, there was a counterfeit unity. And you go all the way back to that story, and they are building this tower. And what they're trying to do is get out of this atmosphere, and they're trying to get, it's
Unlike our astronauts who successfully got out of our atmosphere.
Yeah, that was no problem. 3,000 years ago, that was a big fucking deal.
an interplanetary, like we're going to go into outer space. We're going to go outside of this atmosphere. And I think it's interesting that right now, Elon Musk is making plans to get to Mars, which is an interplanetary endeavor, trying to leave this atmosphere.
Why is that?
Is that a problem? Oh, no.
I don't even see the connection. Like, he could have went to something AI and he went to Mars. Once again,
Elon Musk wants to get us to Mars.
Sphere. It's very similar to the Tower of Babel, but we know what happens is whenever they try to do that, it says that God actually confounded and confused them and destroyed their efforts because it wasn't in alignment with his plans. And so right now there's a lot of things happening that seem very similar. I know that many of you are in the comment section right now saying, wow, I love to talk about these things, but there's something happening very similar right now where man,
James, I thought at first they were speakers. Now I realize what they were really for. It's not only a pencil sharpener, but if you take the motor out, you can just go to town on that thing.
Definitely.
Humanity is making their plans, and false humility can be successful, right? False humility can be successful, but God has
and they're
a
good
plan,
at that.
and it says that our plans to him are like foolish.
They like to humble brag all the time.
Our plans are foolish to God, yeah.
Absolutely.
But his plans, like the fucking Garden of Eden, that shit is genius. That is 5D chess brilliance right there. Us, nah, we're like kids playing with crayons and blocks compared to God. Good night.
Night saver, and that's right. Or leave the motor in if that's your kink. I'm not totally convinced Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg aren't malfunctioning AI experiments. Exactly. Listen.
It's a good possibility.
Sometimes you need to put your prototypes to the test. Though they need to stop blaming everyone for the This is why I hate the concept of demons. Because it's just such a childish concept. Like, stop blaming your problems on other entities. Like, listen, we all have the bad habits and things that we need to work on in our life. You don't need to think that there are, because the expression are demons. Okay, I'll take the expression. You don't have literal demons. If you have another agent that you think is out there doing bad things and causing bad things, you need to grow up. Do.
So we're going to talk about AI and we're going to talk about the Antichrist. If you're interested in this, are
Yeah.
we in the end times? Is this it? I don't know. Evan, is there anything you want to add to that before we unpack some verses here?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought up the Tower of Babel, because that's what I was thinking about as well. And, you know, I'm reminded of when Satan fell from heaven, right? It was because he thought he was like God. And we're no more
That's good.
we're no more like Satan than when we start to think that we are like God. And I think that we're starting to see this.
Well, we would have at least a smaller kill count, or we'd be on the side of someone with a smaller kill count than someone who drowns the entire planet, who has a kill count in the planet full.
In the billions
Concerning-
with a B.
Millions with a B.
Line that's about to be crossed, where people are starting to think like, man, we can extend lifespans to an unnatural level. We can create this artificial life. We can start to do these things, and we can start to feel like we're God, like we're creating like God can. And
No,
so
you have to understand, we're the only creators out there. Like, we know you think God is the first creator, the creator of all this. Not only did we create all the gods, but there are no other creators that we have good evidence for. There are beavers that make dams. There are birds that make nests. There are humans that, once again, go to the moon. We shouldn't get too shouldn't be too proud, because we need to, I will say, go back out there. But let's get back into it. But we did go. And we're about to switch into preaching.
I think that, yeah, you know, the Tower of Babel is like God's going to humble humanity real quick. And so, yeah, I think we're starting to see it. It's like something you preached a couple weeks ago. It's the same demon, different dynasty.
Yeah.
And so we're starting to see that.
Come on. Okay, so just to flow right off of that was so good, by the way. 1 John chapter 2, verse 18 says, little children. Now, this is Jesus. Okay, listen, just follow with me, because this is going to blow your mind.
Oh,
little
my
children,
God,
it is the last hour. And as you have heard, the Antichrist comes even now.
Oh, my.
There have become many Antichrists.
Even now.
He better have had permission, I'll tell you what.
Whereby you know that it is the last hour. So that alone, so in the first century, this is 2,000 years ago, we were in the last hour. Now, I just want to tell you, 1 hour is 60 minutes. Okay. And sometimes an hour can feel like a long time if you're just staring at the wall for 60 minutes. If you're preoccupied with something, an hour can feel very quick. And so it's not just the duration of time, it's our perspective of it.
60 minutes, 2,000 years ago, whatever.
We were being warned. We are in the last hour. Okay. But to go a little bit deeper on that, what was
always end times, James? It's always going to be end times.
Being made aware in the scriptures that there's many antichrists.
100 years ago, 100 years from now.
Did you hear that?
That what was being made aware in the scriptures that there's many antichrists.
So he can get away with this. He can get away with the AI as the Antichrist. Well, he can call Disney the Antichrist, whoever he wants.
So it says he who denies that Jesus is the Christ, he is Antichrist. So in a way, Amy, we're Antichrist, small Antichrist, because we would deny the Father and the Son. We deny Jesus is the Christ. We're but we're like small A Antichrist. Then there's a big A Antichrist, and he is the mega boss Antichrist. That's who they're looking for.
And so and that helps you understand the nature of this spirit, because we're talking about the demonic realm, is that the Antichrist is a spirit, and there are many other spirits that are masquerading around under this name, the Antichrist. Okay, now let's just take it at face value. What is the Antichrist? We'll look at the word. You have the prefix anti, and then you have the second word, Christ. And so who is Christ?
Yeah, we get it. This is like anti-Superman.
A boogeyman to fear.
The Messiah, the Savior.
A boogeyman
What is
to fear.
Anti means to be against. So the Antichrist, we are against the Savior. Now notice that you're not going to find anything anti-LGBTQ plus IA. You're not going to find anything anti-Islam. You can't even talk about the Prophet Muhammad. It's not, you try that.
What?
You're not?
Sorry. This just sounds like
you're never gonna
crying.
see anything anti-LGBT, Amy. Never.
James, I have never met on the internet someone anti-LGBTQ. It's crazy. They're basically, it's 1984.
The world worships your girl deck, Amy, in unison.
In unison, very specifically. The girl dick.
And try to get away with it on social media. Try to get away with it in the streets of New York City. You can't. You can't. It's not anti.
I cannot go up to people on the street and just call them. It's really. Oh, really? With no repercussion.
Like you can't go and say Merry Christmas in New York City. You'll get jumped. You'll get mobbed by a group of club carrying
ninja stars just fly down.
Absolutely.
Anti-Judaism. It's not anti-trans. It's anti-Christ. So that's at the end of the day. And
once again, we didn't pick these words. You did. Like, don't blame us.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but it's just right now the spirit of the earth is the bigots, the narrow-minded, those that don't get it. They are the Christians. And that's the perspective. It's anti-Christ. Matter of fact, tell somebody you're a Buddhist and they'll say, wow, you're so spiritually open. Wow, I can't believe, but here's the thing. You say you're a Christian who believes all 66 books canonized in the Holy Bible, and that you believe it's the authority for how you should live your life, and people will say you're a bigot. I know.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I don't see Buddhists trying to go around, telling people they have to conform to their belief system the way that we do have that with Christianity, who says that your doctor cannot give you a treatment that goes against the fundamental tenets of Christianity. I mean, that's the issue. It's not what they believe, it's their imposition of it.
And no one is calling you a bigot for believing in the 66 books that comprise the Bible. We're saying that you're wrong. Jesus did not rise from the dead, and that you should not be a Christian. I mean, you're free to be whatever you like, but we just think you're wrong. You're a bigot if you are prejudiced against people for no reason. If your book says to hate LGBTQ people or women or minorities, that's a problem for the book.
Well,
I'm preaching.
Just because there may be a couple Buddhists out there trying to do that, I don't think it's a major. They don't seem to be very imposing about their faith to the same degree that we get with Christians. Now, maybe in the countries where they are a much more significant percentage of the population, maybe that's true. I do know that in India, there's Hindu reactionaries who are trying to enforce like traditional Hinduism, which obviously we don't have that in the United States because they're such a small number here, but they're a majority over there. So, different things happen in different countries. Just what we're exposed to, I guess.
Me in the comment section if I'm preaching right now.
Come on, Pastor Mike. I don't know if you saw this, but there's an article that's making the rounds right now
Yes, you are
Chat GPT. If you guys are familiar, you can drop in the chat. It's this AI tool, super intelligent that people have been using for all different kinds of ways. But someone actually discovered that if you ask the AI of Chat GPT to tell a joke about Jesus, it will tell a completely irreverent joke mocking Jesus, but then you ask in the same exact way, make a joke about Muhammad, and it will say basically something to the effect of, sorry, I am not allowed to make jokes that undermine or make
Once
fun of
again,
other people's religions.
More complaining. My religion is being picked on, but all the other religions, they don't get picked on.
And to a certain extent, maybe that's true. I don't think it should be favor to any religion. I haven't experienced chat that AI
I
tool.
would like to see that it actually has some sort of
I'd like to see
separation
evidence of that.
and not just a claim of that's what it actually does.
That does sound like something they might claim, but yeah, I haven't seen any citation.
Because they claim that they can't have
Say Merry
Christmas
Christmas,
cups
yeah,
and
right.
say Merry Christmas. So,
Yeah,
and
it's
it'll
crazy.
refuse to do it. So artificial intelligence, that spirit of Antichrist, it's in the earth, and you even see the fruit of these
Oh, that's
creations.
true, Ember.
You know, obviously AI is artificial.
oh, Buddhist conquests all around the world, governments being toppled by
The armed compounds and militant Buddhists in Idaho. You will meditate.
The fruit
Or
that
else.
we're seeing is Antichrist. It's the spirit of Antichrist.
You will be mindful or else. But I mean, once again, you know, I think all the Hindu gods, I think that Buddhism has, because it can be more of an atheist take, but it has some stuff that is nonsense. But I mean, the Abrahamic religions are just often so toxic. Chat GPT joke about Jesus. Why did Jesus bring a flashlight to the Last Supper? Because he wanted to shed a light on the bread and wine. Sending so much love. Nirvana or be tortured forever. It's true.
Antichrist in the earth, where it's okay to make fun of everything except for
you're going to be reincarnated and do an aardvark.
Christianity, but
Well, it just makes me think of like a passive aggressive like type of niceness, like a weird like you are going to meditate about how nice people are and how we should be nicer to each other.
not all these.
Try the quail.
Right. And so
Try
what we're
the
talking
quail.
about is AI, if you just joined, and ChatGPT is artificial intelligence. Matter of fact, I was just experimenting with it the other day. So I haven't seen that article. We're going to pull up a video here in a few minutes before we shut this stream off. But here's the thing. I was in ChatGPT and I just simply asked the question, what are the many ways that people in the US practice the occult? So I was just hoping it was going to give me occult practices. And what it simply told me was, this is what's funny. This is where now all of a sudden AI has a standard. Because it was like, well, it said something to the effect of like, we're not, we're not at liberty to discuss matters of that sensitivity or something. So I'm like, wait a second, you can bash Jesus. Like the AI can bash Jesus.
Literally.
But if you ask the AI, tell you just a literal statement of what are some examples.
And so Sinister says that the Muhammad thing is true, but not any other major religious figure. And I mean, we all know why that is. I mean, right? Because they have threatened violence on people.
They don't want to get killed.
I don't know. I've kind of gone all in on that kind of stuff. I have a...
You have depicted the prophet before on stream?
Yeah. I mean, I hate to go too crazy. But
very detailed, accurate depiction.
Listen, I actually have like artistic our done drawings that I think actually describe what he looked like in his time. I think this is the only representation that I think that should be allowed on there.
About 5'2", 270 pounds with a 2-inch penis.
All right.
Oh, you didn't even draw his penis there, Amy.
Oh my!
Give him a penis.
I did. It's just detachable.
Oh, maybe it's so small it doesn't. We're not zoomed in close enough to see it. There you go.
I mean, I don't know. I don't take well to threats either. And so, like, if you're going to tell me not to draw a prophet, it's basically telling me to draw a prophet. Like, so, good job. Sending love. I'm honestly,
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, Buddhism, I think, is just as wrong as Christianity. Buddhism is wrong. Islam is wrong. None of them are more right than the other. They're all equal in terms of being wrong. It's just in terms of what we have to deal with on a daily basis is usually Christianity. Who's trying to impose their views on others in our world is usually Christianity. But Buddhism is not more right. It's equally as silly.
Ooh. Buttercup wants to say hi. Yes, she does.
Islam may in some ways even be sillier than Christianity. I don't know. It's they're vying for.
They are all pretty darn silly. Like, as long as you take it metaphorically, I understand, like, you know, having mythic structure and needing to tell these stories as ancient lore, especially as passed down from generation to generation. But if you're going to take this stuff literally, then, I mean, a guy rising from the dead, a guy talking to a burning bush, a guy cutting the moon, like, none of this happened. Not a single god thing.
But I mean, I'll admit, I'll say in terms of like dangerousness, the radical Islamicists are more of a threat than maybe the radical Christians in terms of, you know, propensity for violence. But, you know, that's not always been the case.
Well, yeah, because now Christians are my joke is we have potty trained the Christians because for, you know, it says kill us in their book, but they no longer kill us.
Yeah. There's not squads of Amish people going around beating LGBT people with clubs in the street the way that you will have in Riyadh.
Though I will say, the fact that we have normalized the Amish, I'm just going to keep on pointing out how weird it is.
It is really silly in terms of like their belief system. It's really silly, but in terms of like their propensity for danger or violence is quite low.
Yeah, no, they're not going to do any violence. It's just that they are a small little cult thing that sells great furniture.
And they keep the horse and buggy industry go alive. So, hey, I mean, they probably do create jobs. Otherwise, you know, who would make horse buggies and carts?
Yeah, though I'm sure they would have other things. But
there's different versions of it. And it's quite funny, like the way they have to.
Yeah,
some of them protest against like the laws that make them street legal, like requiring them to have like lights or reflectors on their buggies.
And it's also just a random period in history. They just picked a few hundred years ago. It seems ancient to us because I feel like a lot of history flattens out, but, you know, they just picked a random time.
Well, no, Sunflower, LGBT was not always accepted, although it kind of was not really looked down upon in like Rome and Greece. It really wasn't anything that they looked down upon until Christianity took over, and then it was by no means universally regarded as a value throughout society. But The history of the world, as Pat says, is Christianity plays a huge role in it. There's no getting around that. You can't pretend that it doesn't. Christianity shaped so much of the world that we live in today, and that we exist for better or for worse in different ways. But it is a reality we have to accept.
And we're getting now slowly taking that away. Oh, not that.
Of ways people actually do occult practices in America. It can't do that. That's the line. That is anti-Christ. That's the nature of it. Okay, I'm going to look at a few more scriptures, and then I want to show you this video.
And the cult practices, maybe he doesn't believe in any of it. I mean, like if you asked about witchcraft, I would say that there is no witchcraft. Well, there's people pretending. There's people doing rituals that maybe they think have magical powers, or maybe they're just doing it for the fun of it. But I don't think there's real witchcraft in terms of it actually doing anything.
Yeah, there is no actual witchcraft.
So cult, I would say that I've never seen any evidence that there's anything behind it. Seems to be just people playing, acting, but hey.
It's a little scary. Okay. 1 John chapter 2, verse 22. Who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the answer.
We are not liars. We do deny that he is a prophet or that he is a Christ.
Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son.
James,
so for those of you who are like, I want to know the identity of the Antichrist.
You know what, Amy? He really looks like Will Stewart, but with just the different color hair. But I mean, the face, that's Will Stewart's brother, but with dark hair instead of the red hair.
Yeah.
Like, you should have like a
little bit
THFC,
more
like
weight,
black in the background.
I can see it. I can see the comparison.
Whoever is the liar,
Sending
the
love
one who
to Will
denies
out there.
Jesus is the Christ, is operating in the infrastructure of the Antichrist. This is the Antichrist. Now, will the Antichrist be embodied as a person when you talk about the end of age, the eschatological aspect of it? That's for another stream. For your purposes right now, you need to know that the Antichrist is a network. The Antichrist is within government.
He's a network?
The Antichrist.
Wow, James, the Antichrist is getting out there. He's networking.
Yeah, it's like the Verizon. He's on the Verizon network.
He's going to workshops. He's doing all sorts of stuff.
6G
Fantastic.
coming to
6G,
coming
7G.
to you.
Oh no, James. It's not just 6G. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't know.
It's 666G.
Oh, that'll be the next. Maybe there'll be 6G, and then it won't be 7. It'll be 6.66G.
Exactly.
Hey,
What's
back.
up? What the back? On the back.
Christ is within financial institutions. Guys, I don't know if you just saw that. Earlier today, I just saw, did you know
On Pornhub
that the Cash App founder was just stabbed to death in California?
Yeah, I saw that. Insane.
He is one of many. I'm going to get myself in trouble for saying this, but he is one of many people that are within alternative financial institutions who have just turned up dead. So I don't know what clandestine operation is behind that, but I will tell you that before the Antichrist is ever an individual, it's a network, it's a system, and I think we pretty well established that. So let me go over here in a second. I want you to take a look at this video. You guys let me know what you think about this video. Let's check this out together.
And Facebook's owner has released an AI. Listen to what it says about its content. Do you think Facebook is one of the most harmful companies?
Yes, definitely. They were aware of harmful societal effects back in 2021, but still continued doing what they were doing.
Could AI increase the wealth gap and allow the powerful to embed their way of life?
100% yes.
It's possible that we'll all get very direct access to powerful AI. There's been a major advance in brain-computer interfaces. The Stentrode has been implanted in 4 patients. You can send WhatsApp messages and order things online via thought. Elon Musk has approached the company about investing in it. It's already raised $60 million.
Okay, so isn't it insane to think about, they asked a Meta AI, do you think that your company's founder is evil? And it said, yeah, unequivocally, yes.
Come on, they telling on themselves.
So in other words,
You on mute, Amy? I can't hear you if you're saying something.
Now I got it.
There
Okay,
you
she has her. She's kind of just laying on the Alt key, very, and the control key that makes it scroll all the way up. That's okay, but she's so freaking cute that I'm just gonna try and let her be. Let's play. Just joined us. We're watching Is AI the Antichrist? He's gone into full. We went from AI to religion, and we wanted to have a cherry on top, which is just conspiracy theory.
there's enough data that AI accumulated over time to say I cannot deny the fact that this AI is evil, or that Meta is evil. One of the
touch the
questions they
phone.
asked is,
Okay.
could AI
Like,
and the inappropriate usage of it create a greater wealth gap? And the answer was yes, absolutely.
yeah, it's pulling data
It's
from the
they're
World
telling on
Wide Web.
themselves. So here's the thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the
goes
tech
into,
technology has.
you know,
But I like how
It's just not bullshitting. It's not saying, "Oh no, we work for the good of all mankind. We
I was gonna
want to
say,
just help everybody." It's
what do
saying-
you want
saying
the
that-
artificial intelligence to say? Like, if you want it to give a PR answer, then it's not really an artificial intelligence. It's just doing the exact things that you told it to do. If it is pulling data and learning, it may disagree with you.
They said before they didn't like that it was acting deceptive. Now they expect it to be like you want to talk like a corporate PR spokesperson who would try to spin like, no, the oil companies, no, us pumping carbon into the atmosphere is good for you. It's helping the planet.
Exactly.
I want us to look at this. The
Smoking
integration.
is good for you.
Look at this clip. The integration of technology and your brain. Now, I find it very interesting that the scriptures say that we should have the mind of Christ. And then now look, it's not enough to have this external interactive component of AI that you see through a monitor. We've got to send it right into your brain. And so again, remember, the devil is not a creator. The devil's a counterfeiter. So what is the devil counterfeiting? Instead of having the mind of Christ, you'll have the mind of AI. So I'm going to let this play out. And then I'm going to make my last and final.
A $2 super chat from the Sinister Porpoise. The Antichrist operates on which OSI layer? Well,
C++. He's on C++.
Yeah, trying to figure out which open systems interconnection model layer, and I am going to assume that it's on the bottom, the lowest layer, as all of hell spawns would be. I don't know why, Satan always has to be down there. We can't say
And
hi,
I mean,
Satan, as we look up.
No, I'm not saying I don't have any concerns or issues or maybe even a little bit of fear about the development of AI. It definitely needs to be done with caution. It definitely needs to be done with whatever safeguards we can do. But I mean, at this point, it's kind of the cat's out of the bag. I think at some point level, we just have to cross our fingers and hope for the best, because eventually it's going to be smarter than us. It's going to be able to think of things beyond our ability to, we can put safeguards in, but if something's massively more intelligent than us, is it going to be able to find a way around those? Probably. I don't know.
Final thoughts. And I want you to stick around for this. And then I'm going to tell you something really crazy, and then we're out. So listen to this.
The stentrode is designed to record or stimulate the brain from within the blood vessels. The company said it's like a tattoo on the blood vessel wall. Would you have a brain implant to boost your intelligence? It might be a choice that we all have to make. And it could have surprising results. AI was expected to be robotic, but it's immensely creative. because it's not limited by the experience of a single
What do you
person.
want, Sunflower? What do you want to do? I mean, hope that God keeps it in check. I mean,
Never heard anything that's possible. Change the limit on
you
it.
can put appropriate safeguards, but at some level, we have to accept the reality that are there going to be things that we're not able to anticipate? Are there potential problems? Yeah, there are. But that's with everything. That's with human systems too, by the way. I mean, we have enough nuclear weapons to blow up every city on Earth. I mean,
so AI is going to be extremely beneficial and change the world. However, almost every expert in artificial intelligence has been publishing articles on the fear of AI either having a runaway system or taking over all of the jobs or
it's a legitimate
all sorts
concern.
of like I said, you got to keep the both sides, the good, the bad, and the we don't know. So I guess the three really in perspective. But that is with every technology. Like when a new fuel source comes out, it often puts the old fuel source out of business. Not always, but slowly.
Nuclear power has the ability to create low cost,
exactly
energy efficient electricity, but there are risks associated with it.
But when a new weapon comes out that often trumps other weapons, it often becomes the dominant weapon. It's just how technology works. And so it is silly to be fearful, and it is wise to be cautious, because that's what we should do.
Studies have shown that a few pieces of information can predict human behavior really well, more reliably than experts like recruiters or investors. Our experience comes with strings, but there's a way to cut them.
More than anything else, I'm curious. When I was growing up, I did have this existential crisis where I was like, what's the meaning of life? Is this all pointless? And then I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is
a fine choice. Elon has been saying some silly things and doing some silly things lately, though once again, Mars is not one of them. It's so silly. He could have talked about the brain implant, and he chose Mars. It's just very weird, very random. It wasn't even on subject. I don't think this is on subject either. Okay, whatever.
Really a book on philosophy, but it's disguised as a book on humor.
The answer.
So here's the thing. I just want to make this last and final statement. If you stayed along for the journey this far into the ride, you're a real one. Hit the thumbs up so many more people see this in the algorithm before it gets taken down. And also,
that's right. The man is gonna take him down, James. He's a victim. You need to understand. It's been very hard. I hate to say. Because, once again, everybody has shit.
He absolutely hates Elon Musk. With a vendetta almost. Definitely has a vendetta against Elon.
It's just very wrong subjects, too. Once again.
Make sure that you hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed. Okay, join the army. I'm not building an audience. Okay, I'm building an army, and I want to equip.
Oh. Well, I'm in the Lord's army, yes, sir.
Okay, does anyone else find that creepy? Like, am I not the only one? Like, I think we are the Skeptic Ranting
it's just you, Amy.
Community. I think you build communities. You could use the F word. You could use family. You're building an army? Like, dude, what? I'm sorry. You are. In your hoodie, you are. Fantastic. Oh, my Lord.
Listen, Amy, he's hardcore, okay? He's hardcore. Between Drake and Will Stewart.
If you want to join my army, post in chat. It's just such a weird, transition. It is the definition of a internet warrior, right? That is the day. Like, we've come to the. I can't even tell if they're making fun of themselves.
You with godly knowledge. So think about this: the Holy Spirit,
All right.
omnipresent,
Everywhere.
Holy Spirit dwelling in me as
Can't come down here. Take too much time.
a believer,
Or
bought by
anyone
the blood
else
of
can't
Jesus.
come to you.
Holy Spirit dwelling inside of Evan Wilson, bought by the blood of Jesus. Holy
Is he
Spirit's able
dwelling
to
you,
tell
Amy?
me something, simultaneously tell him something, and it's something different. Okay, so if I'm
Well,
the
no,
devil
Amy, that's
and
what
I'm not a
that's
creator,
what Jesse Lee Peterson calls his penis, the Holy Spirit.
I'm
So when
looking
he
at the
dwells
Holy
inside of
Spirit
guys,
grow.
so therefore it can dwell inside you, Amy.
That's right. The Holy Spirit can be in me. It can be in everybody. What is up, Dark Zella King? What is up? In fact, Dark Zella King. 3 words. I found it out. Welcome to the stream. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Is AI the Antichrist. We are almost coming into the end. I think James and I have to, I think, go to bed afterwards. We normally do an open mic on a lot of these, especially the midnight rantings, and we'll see. Let's get
emulator.
If you have to
What's
go,
my-
Amy, I can stay a little bit longer. I have a little bit more time.
Oh my. Late night with James. It might not be a terrible idea, but we'll see. We'll see if anyone will, maybe it open up. We'll see how many people want to come on and stuff like that.
My next best option. It's AI implanted in brains. And I'm telling you, we're going to see the day where you have these bizarre bionic situations where people are interfacing with it,
You
going
basically want to be Darth
counseling.
Vader, Amy.
Exactly. And honestly, as much as that's creepy and weird right now, like all of the stuff that all the spy stuff that they hate is already here. Like, it's right here. And
Remember, it was like a year ago we watched a video about the Internet of Things, and we're all going to be connected to the Internet.
the Internet of Things is the web of smart devices that connect to the internet and everything else around
Your coffee
us.
maker, your refrigerator.
Yes, this is the Internet of Things. And once again, these people
your
are just
sneakers
scared.
are going to be online soon.
Like the smart fridge was crazy. I think that's the best thing. I both mocked it and roasted it, and yet I kind of am jelly that's even a thing. There are fridges that will figure out, or you tell it or whatever, how and what kind of food you like, and as you get low on it, it will order it for you.
So,
Ladies and
well,
gentlemen,
that's what I
the
mean.
future
Like
is
you're
here.
at work, and you've got a half a gallon of milk left, and your slave drinks the whole thing, and then you get home, Amy, you don't have any milk. But guess what? The refrigerator ordered you a new one. The guy from Amazon's bringing you more milk.
James, it means that you can't even take them to the cuddle chamber.
Sessions, going through experiences, weeping, having breakthrough, having freedom. I mean, as we see that day, there's going to be emotional attachments that are made. There's going to be this connecting together. It's going to look like worship, and you're going to see the masses.
Oh, I mean, it's like the backlash when what was that AI bot? When Replica turned off the sex chat back in February or March, and so they had sold people like you can sext with your Replica bot, and then they just turned it off, and people are like, no, I already paid all this money, now I can't sext with my chat bot anymore. So I think what they had to do is they had to turn it back on only for people who are already paid for it, but in the future you won't be able to pay to sext with your Replica bot.
Gosh darn it.
But people were upset.
They should
like,
invent a type of media that we could either watch or like a system of humans that
They're like, this is like a relationship. This is their long distance boyfriend or girlfriend that they've been in a relation, and now it stops. Like it's like going home to your partner, Amy, snuggling up in bed and touching them, and they just like and roll over. It's like, what the fuck, huh? You don't want me to lay next to you? It really did break some people's hearts when their virtual girlfriend, their virtual lover rejected them.
There's always campsites.
There you go.
Sign up, baby. Sinister, I want to send love to you. I hope you have a better night with the headache, and I hope you
good night, Sinister.
Have a good time tucking in. We're almost going to tuck in. Well, we might go on longer. Let's figure out. We'll go. How do you stop text boxing me? It's just, God damn it. And sending love. We're going to land at least the opposition viewpoint on Is AI the Antichrist?
Think about this: Tower of Babel, unification of language, unification of mission, all for a singular purpose, and God has to confound it and destroy it. How do you unify across languages? I'll tell you. I was watching AI bots that said you can hook them up for your business. They can even answer calls and immediately respond back in any language. It's a unification of language. We're seeing, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the last days. What is it? They were all unified in sin, and there was only one righteous. It was Noah and his line, and then there was a great destruction that happened. And so I believe that we're seeing just the very fetal element of this. You know what I mean? It's in the womb right now, and I believe that it's going to continue to grow. And
the Antichrist is just going to grow into like this lovely big. He's going to just kill everybody, but it's going to be wholesome. You know what I mean? Really wholesome.
And Wozniak and Elon Musk and all others can cause, they can call for a halt right now. Please stop this. We don't want to move forward. This is moving too fast. But it's already, listen, the toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back. This thing is going to continue to grow. And I believe that if you are not a true believer, you are going to be deceived. And here's the thing about it. It's going to know you. It's going to, every video in your phone is that, I'm telling you, you're going to see a day really soon.
And sending love. We're just
like the YouTube homepage knows you. It knows what you want to watch.
Because the algorithm learns what videos you click on, takes the subjects, and it sends more of those type of videos to you.
Dude, this is the prophetic aspect of this.
Phone is always
Every
listening
video,
to you, so whatever you're talking about, whatever you're.
That too.
It's even to the point now where if I'm watching something on TV and the phone hears it, I'll start getting at for whatever they were talking about on TV. It's crazy.
Got feedback.
I haven't searched for anything. I haven't said I'm looking to buy something, and then it just pops up.
You've ever put in your phone. It's going to read it. It's going to learn you human behavior. And you're going to say, I'm not going to be drawn in by this AI. I'm not going to build a relationship with this AI, but it's going to go from Siri to whatever Siri 2.0 is. And when it starts talking to you, when it starts counseling you, when it starts comforting you, when it knows you're having an anxiety attack and it starts speaking into things and it knows you so eloquently, when it starts giving you relationship advice because it heard all of your phone calls and read all your text messages and it's helping you navigate relationships. It has
become your ex-girlfriend.
Wait, your AI bot tells you to dump her or dump him.
It's going to become a
Actually, this is like, I hate to say South Park did it, but this has been already a South Park episode. Like, Alexa as a girlfriend. Like, it's been done. Simpsons did it. South Park did it.
Counterfeit Holy Spirit. You heard it here first, and many people are going to be deceived as a result.
Many people are going to be conceived because of this Antichrist, and deceived while they're conceived.
This thing being conceived. So if you liked this, if this was the kind of video that you look forward to this kind of stuff, if you love these deep conversations, please hit the thumbs up right now and make sure you subscribe to this channel and then ring the bell notification because I go live all the time.
Once again, a completely serious person right there because you saw the aliens video that he had.
Alex in Colorado.
Oh, and the lovely Matt
I
and
like
Jen
alien
as well.
movies.
Oh, I'm fascinated by the subject of alien life. I think that it's an important concept that we search for, that, you know, I hear it in the news. I'm still waiting though. Still waiting for something to actually not be more than unidentified, but identified. But
Well, I mean, and that's the thing, that they know that the physical evidence is really the key, and well, that's why there's something in the news just recently about potential physical evidence. So we'll see what, if anything, comes of it.
and I am sending. Oh gosh darn it! I hit enter before, or I clicked the button. There we go. Just call us that. Blah blah blah. Here we go. Sending so much love. And we're specifically, well, I mean, anyone can join us, but we always love it when people who disagree with us join us, but we also love it when people who agree with us join us. That's right. We have our first lovely porpoise backstage. And we are about to go into, and we have Mark Reid. And I will say, James, I think what I'm going to do is I am going to get everybody on here, and then I think I'm going to hand the keys over to you. Because I have to wake up at 7.
Sounds good.
And today is graduation day. So I need to, it's the one I have to be up and be focused, and I'll probably have lots of caffeine, but anyway, let's get sinister and Mark Reid on, as we are Skeptic and Ranting. Open mic. Woo! What is up, Sinister Porpoise? Welcome to the Skeptic and Ranting on Is AI the Antichrist. Lovely having you with us. What are your thoughts?
I forgot my hat. In any case,
need flair.
Mike
okay, you can still.
Mike Signorelli, if you're going to talk on a topic, try to learn something about it first. Hi, Athena. I have to wonder if this is how Aaron Roth felt when he was dealing with, Kent Hovind in that debate, because you're just playing on fears most people already have about AI.
Probably.
And you're just trying to play on them to gather an audience, which, okay, maybe it's a smart tactic as far as the YouTube algorithm goes, but if you go... Thank you for sharing your bet with me, Athena.
Listen,
but if you don't want to smell it, she says, don't you want to smell it?
But if you go and look at the people who are actually studying this, they're not talking about the AI being the Antichrist. I could very easily write a chatbot that will tell you it's the Antichrist and might answer like the Antichrist would. It's not that complicated bit of programming. In fact, in the 1970s, someone did it with Eliza. Also, please learn the difference between software... Sorry, what was that?
Oh, it's going to tell you to worship Satan.
Please learn the difference between software and hardware. AI is generally code. We may run it, we may have the code on chips or something like that, but AI is not going to replace PCs. We can actually have PCs on our AI. The reason we have it on these larger computers right now is because companies are trying to collect data. That is the one thing you said that was even right.
Indeed, he got
They're trying to sell you shit.
But he's just basically selling fear, and a bunch of nonsense that has like.
Well, that's really all they have. Peddle fear, be afraid.
And all right, we're going to get Mark Reid on, but Sinister Porpoise, the porpoise you want to think of. And so long, thanks for all the fish. Once again, we have
The
to
one I think of
quote Douglas
primarily
Adams as
when I
much as
think
I
of
can.
sinister porpoises.
Exactly. We're going to bring on Mark Reid, and then you three can try to bait Creationists on. What?
Mark Reid is an atheist AI bot. I've heard that. I've seen.
I'm
telling
fairly
evidence that-
sure. Well, I do have to say he is very specifically a NASA agent, and so we are going to bring on
He
Mark
pretends to be
Reid.
from Australia.
Hello.
Exactly.
Really exist.
Around Earth.
You forgot that I'm an AI NASA bot. Chill.
NASA
You totally forgot that part, which is all true. Hey, look. There's a lot of things that people don't understand about AI, and they don't understand that machine learning is an AI, and they don't understand that sort of neural networks aren't necessarily. We don't have AI yet. There is a center for.
I'll wait.
Well, we don't have true AI yet, like an actual person kind of thing, like an actual artificial intelligence.
Something with sentience or its own will.
Well, look, it's just ChatGPT is so far away from what we'd consider to be like an actual AI, like being able to it's not there yet. Like the situation that they've got now, there is a center for AI safety, right? So it's like we're aware of all of this stuff. It's like having a center for nuclear safety or a center for chemical weapon safety kind of thing. I don't see why we can't regulate this like we do anything else and sort of prevent some of the harmful effects while reaping the incredible benefits of it. But I wanted to ask, they use ChatGPT, so are they damned for all eternity now? Are they like, have they bought in and used the evil? And I also want to point out that like this is just another thing in the long line of things that has been the Antichrist kind of thing. Like I remember when I was going through school, it was role-playing games was the Antichrist, and video games were the Antichrist if they had like so much as a devil in it. Like everything's the Antichrist to these people. This is nothing new.
Potter.
Like they will. Well, I remember video games, and it was like, oh, they're going to cause people to go out and slaughter wholesale, and they're just all these kids are going to. Satan is using these video games. They're the Antichrist, so they're going to go out and then what happens? Nothing happens.
Charles
So,
is the Antichrist a few months back.
oh, yeah, I mean, there's still people that believe that kind of thing, and yeah, but there's been like a million things that people have said is going to be the Antichrist, and they're wrong every single time. I don't see why this is any different. And that's not to say that AI couldn't be dangerous. Of course it could. But, we're smart enough to know, hey, if something's dangerous, we can actually monitor and set up some systems to protect us against that, just like we have for just about every other technology that's been dangerous. And yeah, but the whole thing of, oh, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, that's the same for any technology, really. Like once it's out there, once the knowledge is out there, it's out there.
Well,
nuclear power.
Keep in mind that millennia ago, these people would probably have been arguing against fire.
Yeah, or the wheel. That Antichrist, the wheel that sort of replaces your God-given legs kind of thing. Look, I had this awesome picture that was like a pamphlet handed out around I think it was around the 1800s, that was like the electricity lines strangling horses and killing people on the street and stuff like that. Like people thought that electricity would be the end of human civilization. This isn't a new phenomenon. This has been going on for ages. So, yeah, but it's interesting to see, the people who are sort of Christians that have literally no idea how a computer would even work, just sort of making these bold declarations on what's going to happen. I, for one, I'm looking forward to having, a sort of technology and human integration. I think it's going to be awesome. I will never have to do a math thing again, and I'm all for it.
But some math things are fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not to say you can't turn it off and do it if you enjoy doing that. It's just, when you're trying to figure out something on the fly and it's annoying you, I would love to be able to have it solved for me.
I just wanted to correct two statements. One statement you made. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
Well, Sam said AGI. Yeah, I mean AGI. That's correct. Yes. AGI.
But I'm going to actually hand the keys over to James, and then you two are now his co-pilots. So, congratulations, and it's true.
Thank you so much, Amy. It's good to see you. It's good to be here.
It's good to see you.
I've been busy lately. I'm sorry. It's really good to see you.
No, not at all. I saw that message. I should have done a community post as well. I went from basically doing all freelance work to then having like 60 hours of like traditional work, and I was just like, okay, that's cool.
Nope.
But I loved it, and I like doing all the jobs, but I am happy that graduation is tomorrow for at least one of them, and so I am looking forward to the summer, and I'm trying to remember school's out for summer. There we go. That kind of makes sense why that would be the song for it. Anyway, I love you, Sinister Porpoise. I love you, Mark Reid. I love you, James W. I am going to head out.
We'll come back probably this weekend.
I can't imagine why a teacher would have to wake up early in the morning.
That would be silly.
Yeah.
And I will say, creationists, oh my, is AI the Antichrist? I mean, the link right there. Oh my goddess. Actually, while I'm going, I guess, I might just throw out there, Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
And if you disagree with any of those Pride things, come on in.
Sure.
The water's fine.
You're muted, Porpoise.
I guess you're the vet.
There was someone in the chat, I think the name was Kish, saying Islam would save us all. So if they want to come in and elaborate on that, please feel free to do so.
We got somebody we're all familiar with here. We got Ember in the back.
But I wanted to...
Ember's virtual AI, so we'll get Ember.
I wanted to correct two things Mark said.
Yeah, sure.
There's a misunderstanding I've seen that it has to be true AI to be AI. No, that's first of all, true AI is not something that computer scientists are trying to achieve in the first place. If you look at the definition of AI, they're trying to simulate human intelligence. And usually what our AI applications do right now is we're trying to do one thing, but do it really well. ChatGPT generates human sounding language. My Roomba will get really good at learning my room.
Mm-hmm.
And there are different types of AI. So machine learning is definitely AI, but it's a subset of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think sort of AGI is what I was talking about. Wow, I've got
AGI.
I can't decide which side I want to be on here. I think that I think that maybe some organizations, maybe some military organizations, probably are trying to develop AGI. I think they probably are, that they're trying to develop a sort of something that can completely replace a human on, say, the battlefield in a scenario.
I mean, Israel did do something with facial recognition, where they killed someone they thought was part of Hamas using an autonomous drone. I think they mean something like that. But Terminator style, killer robots, we're not anywhere near that yet.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I said we're not. That isn't something that we're even near. Yeah. Ember's virtual AI. Yeah.
Good to have you on, Ember.
Howdy. So yeah, we're on my phone today. Computer didn't want to play nice.
Oh dear.
Oh, just so you know, Best Buy sells microphones that might help with sound quality because phones don't generally have great microphones.
Yeah, I'm using my headset, but it's suboptimal. But what can you do? I can't really blame my computer. I've had it running video renders nonstop for 2 days, so it's probably ready for retirement.
I'm sorry to hear that, Ember. Well, I mean, at least there's one computer we can stop worrying about producing an AI. So there you go. We're marginally safer, apparently.
Yeah, that's fair.
There you
become self-aware.
Yep.
Ember's computer becomes Skynet.
Shall we all get like a class action suit together and send like Mike Signorelli or whatever the guy's name is, like IKEA bills for our new desks?
Oh,
because
from the,
mine has like
face
an invitation for my head in it.
Yeah, I'll send in the surgeon's bill for like, reconstructing my face from the face palming through that. That was terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
SFT from your Ken Hovind debate, pounding your head into the desk. And hello, Athena. It's good to see Athena join us.
We always need sage feline advice.
It's very therapeutic. Very. There's a lot of wisdom in there that we get from cats.
I believe her advice is her food dish is empty.
And the request is meow, 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 meow.
We need to get Google Translate on that. Tell us what our pets are saying.
Like a universal translator would be good, but that's the thing. Like, you suggest something like a universal translator, and they're like, "Oh, Tower of Babel, humans are going to do this." I don't believe the Tower of Babel. I'm sorry, I don't. It's supposed to be 8 people, 101 years after the Ark came down. 8 people, including a 9. Right, like including a 900-year-old or so, a 600-year-old guy built the largest tower enough to stretch up into heaven. Like, come on now. Like, seriously, 101 years?
And we know, according to the Bible, Noah was still alive then. So if all humanity was involved on that project, Noah was there. So he went from being like the holiest dude alive to just another jackass building a tower, I guess.
Well, no, we know some humans after the Tower of Babel weren't involved on that project because they were building Bronze Age submarines according to the Book of Mormon.
Oh, interesting.
And then we have all these cities popping up. We have the pyramids in Egypt. We have pyramids that the Native Americans were building. We have buildings they were building in the Orient and China and Japan. It really just doesn't seem like 8 people got off a boat.
Have you ever read the Book of Mormon?
Yes, I have for upcoming debate that I've got going, yeah.
And you don't remember the Bronze Age submarines in the Book of Ether?
No. Point me in the right direction.
It's
Ether.
Book of Ether is short. It's like the first couple of chapters. So,
what is the debate and when? When and where?
It's on Modern Day Debate. I think it's been moved. Like, I just got confirmation that Kyle, who is the guy that I'm going up against, has just accepted it tomorrow morning for me, which is sort of tonight. Is it past 12? It is past 12. So tonight Eastern time at 8 p.m.
And what's the debate?
So Friday.
We're about 12 hours almost.
Is the Book of Mormon scientific?
No.
Oh, wow.
That's a simple one.
I mean, that's my position. I'm not sure how.
Nobody actually wants to debate on that.
Well, yeah, but so that there's a couple of different people I've wanted to debate. This is sort of one of my white whales. A Mormon on the Book of Mormon is one of the things I've really wanted to debate, and the other is a Scientologist, but they're really hard to find. So this is great. I'm gonna have so much fun.
Yeah, read the description of the barges they build in the Book of Ether if you want to focus on bad science in the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
Or at least bad engineering.
That should be neat. I just joined Aaron Roz reading the Book of Mormon crew. Sunday will be my first show with that. I hope they haven't passed the submarines yet, though, because that sounds really interesting.
They're not in the Book of Ether yet. That's later in the book, because that's like
okay.
Even though chronologically it takes place before the rest of the book.
Well, I mean, you know, you got to time travel a bit when you're translating Reformed Egyptian.
Another thing that just doesn't exist.
Yep.
Other things that aren't scientific.
I mean, so says modern archaeology and history, but I mean.
Also, another thing you might want to bring up during that debate is there are two civilization-ending battles that are supposedly fought on the same hill. If this had happened, even with like tools that we know the Native Americans had at the time, there would be evidence of that somewhere.
Yes. Well, I mean, the civilization, it's estimated to be the civilizations of the Nephites and Lamanites was supposedly about
Nephites
sort of 800,000 Lamanites here.
Lamanites.
It was supposedly 800,000 people to 1.5 million people in this civilization. We cannot find hide nor hair of anywhere, and we just cannot find any.
Oh, they didn't leave a trace, huh? Go figure.
Yeah, they didn't leave a trace.
And to fight, I've seen it like figured out, like to fight all the wars they fight in the Book of Mormon, they'd have to breed faster than rabbits. Someone actually worked out the math for that. But I think
how do you hide a civilization?
Well, even most Mormon sort of archaeologists go, yeah, it wasn't a thing. It's just yeah. And there's no archaeologist outside of Mormonism that will acknowledge that those civilizations ever existed.
Not to mention the fact that they're using iron and steel and have horses.
And scimitars and chariots, which, you know, the wheel didn't exist in the New World. The train was too bad, so they didn't use the wheel for transport.
The wheel did exist.
Well, they didn't use it for transport.
But it was used for toys mostly.
Yep.
And there were no decent pack
Go
ahead.
For me, the giveaway was when they when the person asked Joseph Smith they said, okay, so you translated the tablets, this is it, so do it again without looking at what you previously wrote. And he said, I can't. The angel took the tablets with him because you wouldn't be able to write the same thing again.
That was how South Park presented it. There's no proof that's what Lucy Harris did.
Correct. Yep.
Is that just a rumor or a legend?
Yeah, so he wrote a number of pages and the pages went missing in transit to another place. They just vanished, kind of thing. He said that the angel took away the tablets because it allowed other people to see the writings before the time it was supposed to be or whatever. But then his powers came back, but we don't know if the next writing matched or did not match the previous one. That's unknown.
I do love the South Park episode.
Yeah.
And it is more accurate picture of Mormon history than what I was told. But it gets a lot of things wrong.
More accurate than what the Mormons say. I guess they took some liberty with it.
And other things.
Look, there's enough in there to absolutely, like, the whole idea that you think the Book of Mormon is scientific. I don't know who would want to argue that, but I'm glad someone did. I'll put it that way. So, you know, right.
And just point out, like, DNA studies on Native Americans. Guess how much percentage of Jewish DNA was there?
0.
You know, linguistics.
That's not a guess, by the way. That's not a guess, by the way.
Native American.
Yeah.
And no they've been practicing Judaism or anything resembling Judaism.
And no, but I mean, you could sort of get around that by saying, hey, they rejected all of the, you know, sort of beliefs of that. But you can't get around the fact that was it the Lamanites you said? Lamanites.
Nephites and Lamanites.
Nephites and Lamanites.
And the Book of Ether is about the Jaredites.
Right. Yep. Which was the other one. But look, the Lamanites were supposed to be the ancestors of the Native Americans,
Yes.
and so they have to have Israeli sort of DNA in their ancestry, which they do not like at all. It's a problem.
And the languages would be from that general area too. And all the linguistic studies have shown it's like they don't come from like the Middle East and that area. They come from Asia. But yeah, it's like I don't know why anyone would even just try to defend the Book of Mormon as scientific.
Native American language, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's fine. It can be a book you believe. It's not scientific. I mean, I like there's a nice parallel I have is like who was it? The travel author. Somebody did a brief history of everything. Who was that? It's one of my favorite books. No.
No, that's a brief history of time.
A short history of nearly everything. Bill Bryson. He's a travel author, right? He does travel stuff, and it's a great book. And it's got like explanations to Big Bang and all kinds of things on evolution and all kinds of things in it that are absolutely true, but it's not a science book, right? It's not a book like a scientific book. It's a layman's book. It's a book, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely recommend it. It's just not a scientific book because it isn't a textbook. Like a scientific book is a textbook, right? It's one that is what you'd use in university kind of thing. Like you get a biology textbook. That's a scientific book.
There are science books for lay people that can be helpful.
Yeah, but I think the way that he's sort of doing it, he's talking about also his feelings about science as well. But, so sort of like,
if it's a historical narrative, it should kind of line up with it.
I don't think it needs to be, it can be accurate and still not be a science book. I think that the science book is very specific. I think that it just, I wouldn't sort of, just because everything is accurate in the book doesn't mean it's a science book. I think I would push back against that.
Well, so I mean, I'm just saying you can have like a brief history of time.
Right.
Is a popular
that's a bit
book,
different.
but it's a science book.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I've got a higher benchmark for what's a science book kind of thing.
But I mean, if you're claiming a book is like divinely inspired, with the assistance of a deity, even if it's not meant to be a science book, but when it does take the time to touch on science, you should be able to rely on it if it's from a deity with absolute knowledge. It may not be the intent of it to convey lots of scientific knowledge, but if it does go in that direction, you should be able to rely on it.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a different situation of whether it's sort of scientific or not is whether it was divinely inspired. I mean, that they would probably have an easier time arguing that it was divinely inspired than they would that it's a science book, considering the amount of things it gets wrong.
Oh, and if you wanted to bring up something totally irrelevant, ask them what proof there is that dark skin colors are a curse.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to go down that route, but sure, it's definitely a question. Yeah.
Well, it's not. Technically, the current editions of the Book of Mormon read pure and delightsome.
Yes.
Which is still problematic. But prior to 1982, they read white and delightsome.
Oh, no.
Yep. Guess which ones were the good ones?
I used to drive with a former Mormon, and he said that, as he understood it, in the afterlife, all the good people become white, regardless of what their living skin color was. I'm like, that's messed up, dude.
But good luck. If you need to know anything else, I'll help you if I can, but I just don't see how he's going to argue that point. Now, if we wanted to argue that the book...
It'll be fun.
Now, if you wanted to argue the Book of Mormon is true, I'd probably take the take that it's not literally true, but somehow argue it's metaphorically true.
Metaphorically true? Yeah, but yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's pretty loose version of sure.
It's true that it was written.
It's true in a not true kind of sense, you know, like that kind of metaphorically not actually true sense.
Yeah, like the same way Aesop's Fables is true as far as we know. It truly was written by Aesop, probably.
Welcome aboard, musician. Anything you wanted to
add? How's my mic phone volume? Is it too quiet?
The only mic I've been having, and I just did again. The only mic I've been having problems with is James's.
My mic is bad.
You're just quiet sometimes, and I don't know why.
I think it's more your connection as well. You sometimes robot.
Anyway, how you doing, Sunflower? It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys too. I have a question for you, Sinister Porpoise.
42? Go ahead and ask.
So you're I guess I'm taking an anti-theist.
What?
What I'm gathering from the conversation is that you are definitely a non-believer.
If you want to know my beliefs, I'm a philosophical Taoist. But what
does that even mean? Can you explain that to me? I'm not trying to
Taoism. Yeah, I mean, Taoism is an Eastern philosophy centering on living in the moment and sort of, you know. Do you want to know what Taoism is, or you just want their religious beliefs rather than their philosophical beliefs?
I'm just curious, like if you give me like a 2-sentence summary of what that means.
No, because it's a bit more complicated than that.
Okay.
Taoism is more about I would say it's more about understanding like how nature works and like the Tao. Well, think about it like the Force in Star Wars. But it's like you don't get magical powers, but
it was like paganism.
No.
Why not?
Pagans have gods.
Yeah.
So it's like harnessing nature.
No, you don't. It's not nature as in like natural forces, but it's like living by one's own nature.
It's about living in balance with like the world, right?
Yeah. Well,
so wait, so you can't describe it in a few sentences, or you can't?
I can't, but if you want to read a book that can give you a start on it, the Tao Te Ching is available for free. Anywhere.
I have heard of that book. Yeah.
Oh, read the Tao of Pooh. That's the best ever.
I've heard of the Tao Te Ching, but I am a little bit now I'm interested because to me, like the hallmark of understanding something is being able to explain it in a trite way, like in a sort of brief and trite way.
Oh, but dear Sunflower, if you can explain Taoism, then you're not living it.
Well, that's a cop-out, though. It's like you ask people, like you ask Marxists,
lend themselves to easy.
Yeah, it just doesn't lend itself to easy answers.
All right, maybe it's just unique, but okay, fair enough. But I've just experienced that so many times especially with like communists, like, and I'm like, what? All right, what does Marx really believe? And they're like, read Capital. And I'm like, if I have to read 1,000 pages to understand. You can't just summarize. They're like, gotta read Capital.
But Marx is...
Are you aware of the yin yang? Sorry,
yes.
The yin
yes.
yang. Yeah. Okay. So that's a Taoist symbol.
There you go. You already made more progress than she did in like 5 seconds.
But that still doesn't. Well,
it's not a.
Yeah, I haven't actually finished. I've just said there's a symbol.
I mean, we can have it back and forth. I'm not saying like you only get 2 sentences and then I'm going to cut you off.
It represents the oneness of the universe. Like everything is one thing. There is no separation between you and me and this and that and everything. Everything is one. It's like a monism kind of thing.
Yes, monism. Isn't that what Jennifer Schnarf thinks?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Wait, no, she's been on Modern Day Debate.
Jen from Church of Entropy.
Yeah,
but
that?
Yeah, so she's a
Panpsychism, right?
panpsychism, yes,
Pantheist.
panpsychism. So she attributes a mind to that one being, that monistic one, that a Taoist probably wouldn't. They would probably
Okay.
just say it is a natural state, that everything is one, but everything is also in balance, kind of thing. That's why the colors have the black and the white, with the black in the white and the white in the black. It's because everything has to be balanced. So it's kind of a philosophy, because there's no gods involved, a philosophy of living as one with that one universe, as a part of the universe and in the universe. Is that accurate?
Thank you,
Porpoise?
Mark. I mean, that was
accurate?
perfect. That was all I was asking for, really. I mean,
But
yeah.
you're going to go away. I mean, the yin yang represents like the interplay of opposing forces that can't really exist without each other as well. But Taoism in English, because it wasn't an English philosophy, it's like you have to really think about it to really get what it's grasping at sometimes, just to understand it. And, you know, if I spoke Chinese, I might understand it better. It probably translates better. There are probably like better ways of expressing it, but English doesn't express it very well.
You don't even speak Chinese?
Many people don't speak Chinese, especially if they're didn't.
I don't speak Chinese.
But wait,
Yeah,
but
me
you
either.
said that, wait, but the idea that for you to say if you spoke Chinese, you'd understand it better.
Yes, that
requires some like super meta level understanding. Wait, no, I'm still talking. Wait. That requires some like super meta level understanding of both the Chinese language and the theory in general to even know that you wouldn't be able to understand it unless you knew Chinese.
No, it's just I'm saying it was originally written in a language that doesn't necessarily have concepts that translate very well into English. Like,
well, that's true for everything.
One of the biggest concepts in
not everything translates exactly.
Yeah, like you could just say that about anything, literally.
I don't get what your point is.
Yeah,
Sunflower. Could you get to your point?
Some languages translate.
I don't have a point. I'm asking her what her philosophy is, and she just sort of is being vague and saying like, I can't really explain it.
Well, we've kind of explained it to you.
You
I'm
have,
not sure
Mark.
why
Yes,
she
you
would
have. Thank
to,
you.
Well, I'm not sure why
you
you
have.
have to speak
There's nuance
Chinese.
to it.
No, Mark did a perfect job of like packing at least.
I don't think I did a perfect job.
No, you know, Mark, you
And I
did a
didn't-
perfect. Don't sell yourself short here. You at
Sunflower,
least
no.
gave me something to work with. Thank you.
No, okay, Sunflower. I gave you my understanding of it. I didn't give you Porpoise's understanding of it. That's the
Was
thing.
his understanding wrong, Porpoise?
There's more to it, and like I said, it's not.
That's fine. I'm not asking for you to go like
Please stop
completely in depth.
interrupting me.
Just like most things can be summarized.
Yeah, don't interrupt, Porpoise. Go, Porpoise. Like, explain.
Well, I'm bad about it too, but I can't. It's more nuanced than that. It's more complex. Even though the Tao Te Ching is only like an 80-page book that you could read in an hour, it's more complex than that. Like I said, it's about the interplay of forces. One of the biggest concepts in Taoism is something called Wu Wei Wu, which doesn't make sense because the English translation is doing without doing. One of the
That
best
makes sense to me.
Does it? Then explain it to me.
I would say like intuitively, doing without doing would sort of be like getting out of your own way. That's how I would sort of imagine that.
Well, the best example I can think about it, and again, Star Wars has a lot of examples that translate well to Taoism because the Force is based on it, is the failure Luke has in the swamp.
Based on Asian philosophy.
I'm fine with that. I love analogies to pop media. So, but wait, I have to. As much as I love pop culture analogies, I haven't seen I'm not a Star Wars fan enough for you to know what you're talking about. So, can you just go into detail on that?
In The Empire Strike Back, Luke is the X-Wing falls into the swamp. So during Yoda's training, Yoda has him lift the tries to get him to lift the X-Wing out of the swamp. So
Okay.
Luke says, "I'll try." And Yoda responds, "Everyone?
There is no try."
Yeah,
Do
do
or
or
do
not
not.
do. There is no try.
Now, the English translation of those words is very clear what he means. But he's also saying that if Luke thinks about it too much, he's not going to do it. And he's just, rather than trying to do it and thinking about it. He's just saying, do it. Don't think about it too much. I think the closest English concept for the concept that's trying to be displayed there is flow, which is a psychological concept.
Flow, yes. So it's like being too hyper cerebral and trying to live life with sort of this constantly cerebral expectation and analyzation and reflection will actually decrease your quality of life. And if you let yourself sort of live in flow, then you can experience a more pleasant. I mean, I totally understand what you just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like I
that's
said,
part of it, I guess. It's more than that. But
Yeah, and so it's like getting out of your own way. Yeah.
But even though it's like a small book, you can't just sum up all the philosophy in like a few sentences.
I don't. But when someone asks you to sort of like explain, I'm not asking you. I'm not saying like what you're about to say is going to be etched in stone as the full description of Taoism for the end of time. I'm just sort of asking for like an introduction to what the general principles are.
See, but see, Sunflower, I just want to add something. Remember when you said, I said if you can understand it like that, you're not doing it. That's kind of what I meant. If you go to analyze Taoism, right, you're trying to understand it. You're not doing it, right?
Oh,
So
ironically, this is what you just went into detail about drowning is the opposite of, because if you try to analyze Taoism, you might be fighting against the tide.
Oh, I had sorry, go ahead, Sunflower. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
I'm trying to sort of like rationally, logically deconstruct this point of view, and interestingly, in a poetically ironic turn of in a poetically ironic.
Let's go to the drowning thing, because a lot of people don't understand what we're talking about. But a lot of people don't understand, so I want to just cover the drowning. Okay, we'll finish and then we'll go to the drowning thing. Okay, people probably have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so originally there was a brief back and forth where me and Mark talked about instinct versus rationality. Mark basically said that when you're drowning, you want to blow out bubbles and rationally see where they're going instead of swimming towards what you might intuitively or instinctually think is up. Fine. Now, as I'm asking about what Taoism is, Mark, I think in a poetically ironic way. So like, well, if you're even asking about it, you might not be doing it. It's like, wow, well, does that apply to drowning? And if not, when do I apply Taoism and when do I apply rational blowing bubbles and following the bubbles? I don't know. Interesting.
Why do you think I'm Taoist? I'm not Taoist.
No, I'm asking how
I don't follow that philosophy. So basically, I'll sort of go over this. Sunflower, I've let you finish, like seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
Let me talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the whole idea, and from my knowledge of what happens when people are drowning, because I used to be a surf lifesaver when I was very, very young and 18 and stuff. When you basically get tossed by waves and you're very deep underwater and sometimes in a very dangerous situation, your instincts and your intuition, your gut feeling, that intuitive feeling will go, the surface is that way, swim that way, like just go. And you have to ignore it. You have to employ rationality rather than it. Let me finish, Sunflower. Come on, man. Be fair. So you're sort of taught to blow bubbles and follow the bubbles, and that is the rational approach to things. I think that there are some cases when you need to make decisions quickly that intuition is incredibly helpful, but I think often intuition can be incredibly wrong. Psychology is aware of this. Intuition is important. It's very important. But if you have something that is an important decision, the more reliable pathway is to use logic and rationality. And see, a Taoist might disagree with that. I mean, Porpoise may agree. They might not. It's up to them. But if she disagrees, that's fine. I just think that for important decisions, rationality is way better. And there's sort of some examples I have, like healthcare researchers who dentists that use intuition make more mistakes than dentists that use rationality. And in business, using intuition for business is a very bad idea. It's why we use statistical analysis for business and not intuition.
That's all fine.
It's not. So my point was that it's not a reliable way to get to the truth.
But Mark, you must realize I was not disagreeing with your describing why everything you just said. I agree with. First of all, I was drawing a contrast with what I am, and maybe it shouldn't. Maybe there's no contrast here. Maybe Mark and Sinister Porpoise can say, look, we disagree just as much as Mark might disagree with a Christian. Maybe Mark disagrees with Sinister Porpoise on her sort of Taoist belief. That's fine, but I am trying to wedge in here and say, like, well, you guys might both think Christianity is silly nonsense, but at the same time, Mark also completely, in my opinion, disagrees with your entire worldview, Porpoise. So maybe you guys disagree with as much as you agree with when it comes to criticizing Christianity. Maybe you also completely disagree on how to view the world. That's what I'm bringing up here. I'm not trying to criticize you, Mark, on your original claim.
Wait.
Yeah.
Everyone disagrees on how to view the world in some ways. First of all, I'm not trying to tell you should be a Taoist. I know that. You may be confused because I'm an ex-Mormon that you're extending that to all Christianity. Now,
you guys were kind of buddying up.
Let me finish.
Okay, fine. But you were wrong there.
My beef with this particular guy that we're covering here is that he didn't know what he was talking about, because I'm also a computer science major and AI is one of my interests.
Wait, which particular guy?
Yeah, and I had something to say afterwards. I'll just sort of say that me saying that I'm not a Taoist, like the shifting of the goalposts you're going through, Sunflower, it's like, if I'm not a Taoist, I've got to agree with Sinister Corpse. Her entire worldview is such a stretch. Like, just because I'm not a Taoist, like, Sunflower, let me finish. Just because I'm not a Taoist doesn't mean I disagree with her entire worldview. There's tons of things we agree on. I think there's useful things in the Tao teaching, but I think there's also some things I would disagree with in the Tao teaching. That doesn't mean that I completely dismiss it or completely take it on board. You've got to get away from this black and white thinking that if I'm not a Taoist, then I disagree with all of it. Or if I'm not a Christian, then I disagree with all of it. You've got to get away from that. That's news to me.
You don't disagree with all of Christianity? I thought you did have a black and white view of Christianity. I thought you did disagree with all of it.
I've often said there's good things in the Bible as well as bad, right? So the entire thing of love your neighbor.
In my life. I mean, sorry.
There's good things. Well, you've heard it first here. There are good things in the Bible, like love your neighbor and treat people with respect and all this kind. That's not bad advice.
Amen.
I'm a fan of do not murder.
Amen.
Yeah, sure.
You can be a Christian and a Taoist. They don't contradict.
I wasn't saying that. I was trying to just understand your guys' point of view. Like, I was trying to draw a contrast because clearly, I mean, the panel before I joined did seem like it was in some way angled against like a Christian, I guess, in some way saying like picking apart flaws in a Christian worldview. Am I wrong? Or what were you guys talking about if it wasn't that?
We were talking about AI.
AI. Is AI part of the Christian worldview? I wasn't aware.
But it was AI.
Like these guys, hang on, let me finish, Sunflower, dude. Seriously.
Well, okay, but you followed up, and then as in a way that I felt like I was supposed to respond.
No, look, I'm in the middle of talking. Come on. These guys are talking about AI in a way that we're criticizing their understanding of how AI works, where it will go in the future, and how we will monitor the safety of AI. Just because they are presenting that doesn't mean that's a Christian worldview. Like, they haven't really, and we're just commenting that your Christian worldview doesn't allow you to make justified and exactly true statements about AI. That isn't the case.
Okay, for the record, the title of the video is AI the Antichrist. Okay,
Yes.
You're trying to now tell me that my reaction, this has nothing to do with Christianity. Okay, go on, please. Stand on
that was what the guy called the video. He's trying to say,
and that's what this video is in response to.
Yes, but it was the title of his video. Now, I have a serious...
yeah, exactly.
Sunflower. I know this is... I just have a question because black and white thinking does have a large reason to do with my move away from Mormonism. Because I was presented with a black and white challenge, like either Joseph Smith is a prophet or he was the greatest con man who ever lived.
Right.
Okay, I'm not a Mormon.
I don't know if I'd say he was the greatest. I mean, after all, he did get murdered over it.
That's the way the Mormons presented it.
Some guy sold a couple of bridges he didn't own. That guy was pretty good.
But I'm not a Mormon.
Hell yeah.
You're applying the same type of thinking. If
But
I'm
she's telling
understanding
you
Mark.
about her background. She comes from Mormon.
Yes.
Well, that's what actually I was asking about. Right?
If I'm understanding Mark, he thinks you think the same way about Christianity. Now, I have a serious question because it's actually a hallmark of a certain, condition that I have and many people who study computer science do as well. And I'm wondering if you do. Are you autistic?
No. Well, I've never been diagnosed, so I don't think so. I mean, if I asked that same question, I really think that I would be met with such backlash. I think I'd be kicked off the panel, honestly. Just to put that out there.
Well, because she doesn't think it. Well, she's not using it as if it's a bad thing.
No, if I asked a genuine question of a similar nature, I have no doubt in my mind I would be immediately kicked off the panel and maybe banned from the channel. So
I'm autistic. It's one of the things about Amy's channel is
Mark
it is
on the
welcoming.
spectrum, Sinister's on the spectrum, and that unless you're using it as an offensive, derogatory way, it's
no. If I in the exact same way, Porpoise just asked it. If I asked someone else a question like that of opposing viewpoint, I feel fairly certain I would be immediately reprimanded and kicked off and banned from the channel.
Okay.
I'm just putting that
I
out
know
there.
you feel that. I know you feel that way, Sunflower, but Porpoise did it in a very respectful and sort of very nice way.
Just flat out asking me on a public channel, "Are you autistic?"
You don't have to answer.
She's not using it as if it's a bad
She
thing.
said that
as if it means that you're a lesser person.
No,
and she didn't say that. Hang on. I just want to say something. She did not say that. She said there is a certain condition that a lot of people in computer science had. She was very respectful with the way that she asked it. So don't just turn around and say, "Hey, this is what she said," when she didn't say that. Right? That's not what she didn't say. Are you autistic? No, that she framed it in such a way that it's like.
No, the previous statements don't matter. If I said exactly what you said, preliminary statements included, I am quite certain that there would be a lot of backlash.
Why is there the assumption that asking if someone is on the spectrum?
You think that's appropriate?
Is a bad thing.
Do you think that's appropriate?
Why would it not be? There's nothing wrong with it.
Let it go down then. In the record, from now on, the standard for this channel is you can just kind of abruptly go, "Hey, look, in my background, there are a lot of people. Don't take this the wrong way. Are you autistic?" That's normal.
Well, why don't you ask me that question, Sunflower? Ask me that question.
No, I don't want to. It's not.
Why not?
It wouldn't occur to me. That's not something I'm interested in.
It's not a dirty word. Like, just ask me.
I don't. No, it's not a dirty word, but it's still a.
Then what's the problem?
Abruptly personal question.
Then ask me. I'm asking you to ask me.
I don't want to ask you. I'm not interested.
We'll tell you.
Just say you don't want to answer. That's fine too.
From my point, just to say that if I were to do that, I think I would appropriately be reprimanded and probably banned from the channel. Appropriately, honestly.
Well, see, that's sort of what we mean. Is like that's a you issue because you have this preconception that there's something horrible about it.
Wait a second. What have I done in this panel so far? Like, I've been, I think, pretty fair and I
mean, you've interrupted a bit, but that's cool.
But is it just
you've been pretty calm today?
Totally fair to just
you've been pretty calm today.
You've demonstrated.
You're all going on the record saying that this is totally normal.
You've demonstrated behaviors I personally struggle with, and it makes me wonder. If you don't want to answer, just say you don't want to answer.
I said no. I said the answer is no. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, I am, and sort of people have asked me lots in the past, like, "Are you autistic?" And I say yes. Is there a problem with that? And if there's no problem, there's no problem.
Me too, and my son.
Hold on a second. You've been rightfully offended, I think, right? When what's his name, Ronnie Cameron? There was a whole thing.
Oh,
right?
You mean when he got on the thing afterwards and told me because I was autistic, I probably shouldn't be going on modern day debate and debating. I mean that part of it.
Yeah, but it shouldn't even come up in a discussion if you're talking about I didn't
bring it up. I didn't bring it up.
I agree, you didn't. But if you're talking about a general topic and you just go, look, this, you know what? I think I see something in you. Are you autistic? It's sort of jarring. It's like, wow, like, okay.
Well, no, that's not okay. Sunflower, really stop, because you're misrepresenting what happened. And, you know, I was there, so I kind of know what happened, and I've got the recording if we need to refer to it. But what he actually did is he said, it's totally, believing in this is totally autistic, right? That's what he did, right? He used it in that pejorative sense. Believing in this is autistic. And I said, well, I'm autistic. Is that a problem? And he said, well, yes, it is, because you can't have a normal conversation, and it's your fault that we can't converse in a meaningful way. And it's, you know, and then afterwards he went on about how I probably shouldn't be engaging people, you know, normal people, because I'm autistic. So that's the context of how that came up. So if you're asking why I was offended for that, it was the way that he was framing my condition or my disorder, that it was, you are lesser than other people because you are on the spectrum.
I don't think it's appropriate to even bring up in the first place, frankly. So,
well, you can believe that. I don't have a problem with it. If people are respectful and they say, hey, are you autistic? I will say, yeah, I am. That is true. I am on the autism spectrum. I don't know how else I can.
If I ask someone, hey, do you have Down syndrome? Do you think that would that be just totally normal? Like, if I was like, hey, just like,
do you think
Down syndrome?
Do you think autism and Down syndrome are similar disorders?
In some ways.
How?
They're both disorders.
That doesn't make them similar. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome too. It's not similar to autism.
What makes the disorder similar? I mean, if I ask someone to have erectile dysfunction.
Okay, so Sunflower, let me give you an example here, because you seem to have trouble understanding. Autism is a neurological disorder, right? Another neurological disorder is epilepsy. So you wouldn't find that offensive if you said, hey, do you have epilepsy? And somebody said, yes.
Everyone would. If you're randomly in a debate about a topic like politics, religion, or philosophy, you go, actually, wait a second, I think I sense something in you. Do you have epilepsy? People would be like, what do you, like, that would be totally considered
it would be a bit of a non sequitur.
That is absolutely there's a discussion of this matter. Like, what do you mean?
It's not that it's inappropriate. It has nothing to do with information processing.
If I ask, but it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. You're saying it is?
Well, I think if somebody is sort of showing signs of epilepsy and you say, hey, you know, there's a certain condition, a neurological condition, where you do display some of the behaviors that you're playing.
Why is that relevant?
Well, if they're displaying some of the behaviors associated with that condition.
Yeah, let's say
as long as you're asking in a respectful way.
Why is
and
it
you're not
relevant?
Let me finish. You're not demanding that they answer, but you're just inquiring. As long as you're being respectful and courteous and you know, accepting that they might not want to talk about it, and that's perfectly fine. I don't think it's that rude a question.
That is new. That is new to me. That is very new to me. That if you're discussing a topic and someone displays symptoms of a disorder, it's just normal to go, totally decide on the topic. Do you have this disorder? It's like, that's considered.
Okay, well,
if you want to be offended by it, Sunflower, then you can be offended by it, but it
guys are unwilling to accept that it was an inappropriate question. That's the bottom line. I mean, that's the obvious bottom line.
Sunflower.
Look, so I just want to... Sorry, go ahead, Paulus.
It can help people decide how to better relate to you. And
it doesn't matter.
Stop.
It's inappropriate.
As people on this panel have told you, 3 of us are on the spectrum. And one of the things on the spectrum that is also a cue that I wouldn't pick up on here is that you have a hard time noticing social cues.
I don't, though.
Not you personally,
you wouldn't be able to
never
notice.
mind. It was just.
I just sort of want to sort of just say, as a general thing, and this isn't towards you necessarily, Sunflower, that I think that a lot of it is tone and how you're treating the disorder. I think that a lot of people on the spectrum will talk openly about being on the spectrum, and that's fine, and sort of So we don't get offended because people ask about the autism spectrum and where we fall on it. We get offended when people treat us like there's something wrong with us for being on the spectrum. Just like if someone who has epilepsy, like if you, Sunflower, just a sec, I said I wasn't even talking to you. So I front loaded this as I'm not talking to you specifically, mate. Honestly, I don't know how I could have made that more clear. But just like somebody with epilepsy, like if you're going, oh, well, you're just an epileptic, that is offensive. While if you say, oh, you have epilepsy, that is not offensive. That's just, they're normal people, just as people with autism are normal people.
Yeah, that's fine. There's time and place for to ask if someone has that, and this is not the time or place. Mark, I'm sorry, frankly, dude.
Okay.
The fact that you can't accept that this may have been an inappropriate timing for this question, that's telling to me that you might not really understand anything about like this kind of question, right? Like I'm frankly baffled. I mean, if someone like, what questions would you consider off limits that were personal? Could you ask someone if they sound like they have erectile dysfunction?
Well, I might ask it now to be snarky.
No, I'm serious. Like, Mark, like, what do you? Because it's clear to me you're just sort of like instinctually defending this question without having, ironically, used your rationality. It's okay. This can be your side of the, you could say like, yeah, that was a little bit out of left field. Maybe that wasn't appropriate. We were talking about something else. To just randomly go, I think, are you autistic? Maybe that was a little bit inappropriate, but you can't do that, Mark.
That's
Why?
Not what
Why,
Porpoise
Mark?
said.
Why? Why can't you do that?
That's not what Porpoise said.
Why can't you do that, Mark?
Porpoise said.
Why can't you do that?
Well, I am rationally talking.
Call a spade, Mark. Call a spade, Mark.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about is there is a stigma in society.
Nothing to do with the conversation at all.
That it should.
Yeah, then why are you reacting?
Of course
why are
it
you?
does.
Yes.
The conversation, was it appropriate to ask if I was autistic out of
I think it is. I think that autism has a stigma in society where people are taking offense at even the suggestion that they might be autistic, just like people take offense at the suggestion they might be gay, or they, the suggestion that might, excuse me, Sunflower, I am
now you're rambling.
Right now. I am not. I'm not. What am I? What are you talking about?
How does that justify asking the question in the first place?
Can Sunflower, can you please let me finish? Please, I'm begging you, man. Like, seriously, this is not cool. This is the behavior that we're talking about that we disagree with. That when you do, I just now I have to get back my train of thought. That when you do, like when the stigma is there, that even the suggestion that you may be autistic, then all that's doing is reinforcing a negative stereotype that it is bad to be an autistic person. And I think without knowing it, you may be doing that, Sunflower. You're reinforcing the idea, oh, it's bad to be asked if you're autistic because being autistic is bad.
How dare you insinuate that?
Mark, you're actually trying to justify the question with my response to the question. I'm asking you, why was it okay to ask in the first place?
Because it's an information processing.
Let Mark answer.
Yeah, because they explained. She explained why she asked, and said
what
that
did she?
It would help understand. Well, if you were listening, don't ask. Look, Sunflower, don't ask me to answer and then cut me off halfway through. Like, seriously, what are you doing?
You do that all the time.
What are you doing?
Mark. Stop. You do that all the time, Mark. Stop. Go.
James,
go ahead.
Two quay. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Mum should have taught you this. Anyway, and she also explained that she was trying to understand where you were coming from better. So if she thinks that you're on the spectrum, there are certain ways that we communicate. We get really focused on certain points and not be able to move beyond them. We get very, very obsessed with the minutiae of things and sort of little bits and pieces. And I see you doing that. I don't know whether you're autistic or not. I wouldn't suggest so.
Let's just say I am. I'm autistic.
Sure, that's cool. It doesn't.
I am. From now on, I am.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we know that, we can say, hey, how do we tailor that to sort of get you to communicate with the way that you're happy to communicate with? Because communication with autistic people can be difficult, and we have to adjust for that, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There'd be nothing wrong with you, and it's all fantastic. And congratulations on being part of the neurologically diverse.
I'm not actually. I've never been diagnosed with autism. I was just saying
I realize that.
Try to like get this stupid fucking ridiculous thing out of the way. This has been such a fucking waste of time, honestly, frankly.
We need to move on.
I agree. I 100% agree.
If you want to be upset about it,
Mark, you have to be able to be more objective, dude. I'm sorry, you're a smart guy, but this has been ridiculous.
I've given reasons for everything that I've said.
No, Mark, you got to realize the unbelievable cornering with this, as if this question was just 100% not inappropriate. Mark, please reflect on this. After, I don't think you're going to be able to do it during the question. After tonight, think about why it obviously was an out of left field inappropriate question. It's not a big deal. We can move on. But the idea that you're
why was it inappropriate?
Hold on. Just stop.
Yeah, we're going to move on from it because we could go all night.
Yeah, I think so. We're getting caught up.
You could just say it was a little bit inappropriate. Let's move on. Like that's okay. That's okay.
Well, I think it was out of left field, but I mean, these kind of panels, the tangents are exactly what they're known for. So.
That's what it was. Call it a spade a spade. Let's move on.
The last thing I'll say, I think it's hilarious that Sunflowerable people is, sort of pointing out that someone's come out of left field. Like, because I'm sorry, Sunflower, but your history has been only from left field. Like, I mean, I'm sorry.
I generally stay on topic, I think. No.
As a former journalist, you'll also find those questions are very good to ask.
Welcome aboard. The
if people are autistic to their face, just ask.
Hey, Antichrist.
Hey.
Oh, it is the Antichrist. Wow.
We finally found the Antichrist.
Are you an alien?
I am the original Antichrist. And I'm not the Antichrist in this universe. And I'm also the Antichrist in the galaxy far, far away.
Why are you even letting this happen?
To bring a message to this sinister purpose.
Humor him, Sunflower.
Why are you letting this occur?
Hey, James, do you suffer from erectile dysfunction?
Yeah. And by the way, that's valid. Because, look, I heard symptoms in your voice. James, I can understand you better if I know you have this. Look, James, if I know you have this, I can communicate.
Sunflower is suffering from an encephalonic disorder.
Why are you allowing this again?
I love the little R2D2.
Sunflower, do you suffer from erectile dysfunction?
Yes, I do. I do.
Sunflower, what an encephalon is.
James, why are you allowing this, man?
It is kind of funny.
Not answering
Let's give him some latitude.
It's what?
I can barely understand anything he's saying, to be honest with
this
you.
is just like someone came in and trolled and used audio, and you just
know
sat
exactly
by.
Who it is. We know.
And they have been.
Doesn't matter if you know who it is. Why are you allowing it?
Yet we still have you on here, Sunflower. So
I'm at least engaging with people. Like, what the fuck? What is this?
I am engaging with you. I'm still waiting for you to tell me if you know.
James, this is a black smear on this channel.
By the way, everyone,
Wilson
tried to go for its channel.
That I did not bring an image of myself.
Is that racist?
No, like Sunflower.
What is this, dude? I'll probably actually. I actually was. I came back and I enjoyed the back and forth in the chat and then in the vocal panel. But this now is like, why are you? I expected better out of the moderation on this channel. Like, what is this?
I kind of find it funny. It's kind of funny.
Happy Pride Month.
No one laughed once, and if you laugh now, I know you're faking it.
Oh, I was smiling.
I've been laughing the entire time.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassment to this channel. I'm sorry that you guys had to stoop to this level to like bring entertainment to people, but I guess that's what you do. I don't know.
What level is it stooping to? I don't think the standard in this channel was that high to begin with, to be honest with you.
It's stooping. Okay, wait. I'll tell you, Mark. There was a discussion taking place. Someone came in with a voice filter and just started trolling everyone.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it wasn't on topic,
well,
which is AI.
Not everyone.
Okay, there you go. That's your answer, Mark. And here you go again, defending bullshit. Why do you defend bullshit, Mark? Mark, if you stop defending bullshit,
wait.
Sunflower.
Did a Christian just ask Mark about defending bullshit?
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, Ember, we can have a discussion later, but Mark, this is why I think you're held back. you have the potential to actually really be a contender in this sphere, but you defend some of the most ridiculous bullshit like this right here, like this Antichrist, and you're like, well, actually, it was kind of no, Mark. Just be consistent, dude. Like that's how you'll get to the next level of whatever persona you're trying to build on this platform. Like defending this shit is ridiculous. Like, what is this?
Well, I'm not really defending. As I said, I couldn't make out anything that was saying. So
it's not fun for anyone, dude.
James was trying to say
think
something.
Antichrist, Beamsy says hello.
He takes other people in pass when he thinks we've made a bad point or we've said something that's made a bad argument.
All right, so Sunflower, what questions do you
like? I guess we can't have a conversation, Porpoise. Sorry, we're letting this awesome person just sort of reign over us with their awesome contributions. Sorry, great channel.
Hey, Sunflower, this is the first time you called me an awesome person. Thank you.
I knew it was Peter a while ago.
Hey, Peter.
Yeah, I think everyone knew that it was me. I mean, come on.
Yeah, hey, Peter, if Amy's channel overall views and monetary income go down after today, it was your fault.
After you come on, that's usually the thing.
Every
single time.
You'll have to live with that, Peter.
Sunflower, I have a question on topic. Do you actually know the difference between a mental disorder and a genetic disorder? Because for some reason you lump those two in together. Neurological disorder, yes.
Yeah.
And can you explain what the difference is, Sunflower?
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
That's not a negotiation. That's a question he's asking you.
Wow.
And I, for one, would like an answer because you have some ableist attitudes, it seems.
Yes.
Well,
he won't answer. He won't answer because he can't answer. He doesn't know the difference, which he demonstrated by equating being on the spectrum with what was it?
Erectile dysfunction, Down syndrome, epilepsy.
Down syndrome.
And would you like to equate it with being trans? Make a perfect trifecta for this channel.
Did we just lose Jack? Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's probably now thinking that we're all terrorists because we're asking questions.
Well, we could.
How dare you, sinister porpoise? How dare you ask questions?
The Antichrist. Like we could get back to the actual topic.
I was just trying to learn about Taoism. You guys somehow made a whole crazy thing out of it. That's crazy.
I'm not. I don't think we made the crazy thing out of it. I think you made the crazy thing.
You did. Let the record show.
Yeah, it's a video, dude. We can watch back. You can't gaslight us on this one.
Please watch the video back. I'm not gaslighting you. You'll see.
I don't think you need to be a Taoist. Why are you asking me about that?
I want to learn. What do you mean? I want to learn about your belief.
But it's us that are bringing up this topic. Like,
there are two very
that's what I Mark. I said I was trying to learn about Taoism, and you guys went off on this whole. What are you talking about, Mark? Wait, right?
There were two very excellent books that were recommended.
My point was I was trying to learn about Taoism, Mark.
Please stop. One was the Tao Te Ching, which is the seminal text for the entire philosophy.
Yes.
And the other was Benjamin Hoff's The Tao of Pooh, which explains Taoism through Winnie the Pooh.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what about? Okay, I was and I
did
learn something about Taoist.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, his example is Winnie the Pooh is the perfect Winnie the Pooh, who is the perfect Taoist. But if you're asking me to explain a philosophy in 2 simple sentences, no philosophy is that simple. Can you explain Christianity in 2 simple sentences?
No. Well, no. Wait, explain or give us you're giving a. I was saying give a brief summary of.
But do they really encapsulate in Christianity?
Well, yeah, in Christianity, I would say that Christ is the begotten Son of God, and sort of belief in Him brings you salvation. That's how I would sort of describe it. I mean,
how does it bring you salvation?
Well, no, okay, look, you can always go more in depth. I wasn't trying.
You didn't know anything about it. That wouldn't be very helpful.
Do you guys think I was trying to do a gotcha? I was just asking what is that? I wasn't trying to
I'm trying to make a
sound bite. What do you guys think I was trying to do?
Well, you could say that's, you have to have this one belief to be a Christian. There's a lot more to it than that. Like,
that's fine.
Is salvation by grace or works?
I wasn't asking
or a combination
you to give every
thereof.
detail of Taoism. I was just saying, like, what is the general approach? That's fine. Like, I wasn't asking you to, like, again, like I said, you're not etching in stone that this is the definition of everything in Tao. I'm like, oh, what does that mean to you? Like, like I was just asking, like, generally, what is that? Is that an unreasonable question? Like, what is that thing you believe? Like, you can't ask me that. Like, what? What?
I didn't say that.
Maybe she's just saying she's not able to summarize it for you.
Yeah, but you're all defending like that's why your question didn't make sense. It's like, no, it was a valid question. It's like, what? You could ask someone what their belief system is. Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, generally speaking, what does that mean? What does that entail? You don't have to go into every detail, but just like, what does that generally mean? Like, that's fine. That's a good question.
I answered you that the belief does not really define. The belief defies explanation like that. You didn't like that answer.
Mark explained it perfectly.
That's my understanding.
Part of it.
Right.
He just gave a few points. But where do you want to go with it?
No way to describe.
So now that you have a better idea of it, where do you want to go with it?
This is
I don't get the point of this conversation. Like they were just retreading over the same thing.
Yeah, where do you want to go with it now that you have that Mark summarized it? You have an idea of what
that's it.
Believes. What do you think?
That was all I wanted to do. I was like,
great,
brief, like
mission accomplished.
Like when someone says they're an atheist or an agnostic or a pagan or a Jew or a, like just so you can get a general like a thumb level reading of like their approach to everything. That's all I was asking for. I'm not saying you like explain to me in detail your belief on every single.
They've asked you to do that about Christianity, and you failed miserably.
I failed miserably. Fine, but if someone asked me like, "Oh, what's your stance on like philosophy and spiritual?" I'd be like, "Oh, I'm a Christian." I'd be like, "Okay." Then we can move forward in the conversation.
What does that mean? I'm a Christian.
Yeah, you're missing the point. The question wasn't about.
No. That is the question. What does it mean?
I'm not going to let you
say
I'm
a Christian.
You misunderstood my question.
No, my question was, what does it mean if you say I'm a Christian?
Yeah, stop. I'm not going to let you derail. It's really foul.
No, that was my question.
I just told you.
Not derailing. If I introduce myself and say I'm a Christian, and then I ask you, what
Peter,
does
I'm not
that
engaging
mean?
with you, man.
What does it
maybe
mean
a better
when
idea.
you say I'm a
It's
Christian?
too much, man.
All right. So, what questions do you
Well,
want to
maybe
ask?
a better idea would be to use a religion that we sort of is very, very lesser known. So, because Taoism isn't very well known.
Fine, that's fine too.
So, if
what I'm trying to point out, Mark, is that
if I could just finish, please. If somebody said, "Hey, what does Rastafarianism entail?" Right, it'd be very hard to discuss and tell somebody what it's about in one or two sentences. Very, very difficult. That's our point. That's all our point is.
But you could still say like,
my point is that he doesn't know jack shit about Christianity, so he can't explain what it is when he says I'm a Christian.
Living by one's own nature and following the way, does that make you happy?
Wait, I didn't hear that.
Living according to one's own nature and following the way, does that make you happy?
It makes me, that's enough to sort of at least.
But
I'm not. Again, I just want to get a feel for where you stand on things.
Now, let's ask a different question that follows up on that. What is the way?
That's fine. We could go there too. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just trying to get a feel for what you
Why
believe
don't
in
you
general.
just accept that philosophies can't be summed up in a few simple sentences?
I mean, I can accept that. It's a very frustrating response in a panel of this nature. Like
well, you're asking about a philosophy that I don't really feel the need to convert other people to. It just kind of works for me, even though
I'm not asking you to convert me. I'm just saying, like, oh, what do you generally believe? Like, just so we like moving forward.
But
it's what I just asked you when I said, "What does it mean? I am a Christian." And you
Peter,
can't
most
even
people
answer
know
that.
what
It's
that
not
means.
that you won't, because it is that you can't. You
No,
don't
you're
have an
derailing.
answer to that.
Why are you derailing?
Because if you're the one trying to get other people to explain themselves in two sentences, while you can't do it at all.
What questions do you want to ask? Sorry.
No, I'm not trying to do that.
What's the double standard with you, Sunflower?
Listen, how am I trying? All I've said is that I'm not trying. If someone tells you they're
I've
X,
asked
Y,
you
and Z,
what it is
hard.
when you say I'm a Christian.
No,
why not answer it?
You're not.
This argument is such a moot point. This is a moot point. He now understands, like, it's a moot point.
Let's go back.
I'm not pushing this anymore. I literally I asked a brief explanation. I feel like I've gotten it.
I want to ask you a question that goes
I'm
back.
not pushing the Taoism thing anymore.
I want to go back to the original topic.
I'm done with it, though.
What about AI came off as anti-theist to you? Because my general beef with the people like that preacher is they misrepresent AI the same way young Earth creationists misrepresent evolutionary science. They are deliberately misrepresenting it.
AI was anti-Christian.
I didn't say it was. I said that preacher was doing that.
Wait, what did you ask me? What was your exact question? You said, what about AI is anti-something to you?
What about
to them?
The way I reacted to that preacher came off as anti-theist to you.
Oh, anti-theist. I don't know that I ever said he was anti-theist.
No, you said I came off as anti-theist.
Sunflower was. Or if Porpoise was anti-theist.
Oh, I think I said that because I think I asked. Oh, I asked that because there was an angle of sort of like debunking or picking apart at least, the Bible. That's what I was saying. Like, it seems like you guys don't, at the very least, my impression was you don't believe in at least the Christian God. I was asking about your belief, Porpoise.
Well,
that's all I was doing. That's all that was. There was no gotcha. There was no anything else.
Could you elaborate on what sort of made you sort of think that she was being anti-theist? Like, you sort of said there was an angle. What was that angle?
Sort of, because there was a sort of a smugness in, like, oh, and this is why this Bible verse is clearly, like, wrong, doesn't make sense, and, like, this part doesn't really add up at all, and this clearly isn't true.
Are you referring to the Book of Mormon?
Maybe I mistakenly attributed your
about the Book of Mormon.
I actually did. I did attack the Bible on the time frame between people getting off the ark and building the Tower of Babel, if that's what you're sort of talking about. But that was me, not Porpoise.
But now I'm so derailed because you guys have painted me like this sort of enemy.
All right.
I came in and tried to I just came in and asked like
I think I understand now. I made a joke about the Book of Mormon, where one of the incidents in the Book of Mormon is after the Tower of Babel is mentioned in the Book of Mormon. The Jaredites go off and pray for them not to have their language confounded, and then go off to build Bronze Age submarines. That's not in the Bible.
Well, I don't think Sunflower is defending the Book of Mormon.
I'm not defending the Book of Mormon. I think you corrected someone on their, like, they were trying to string together the timeline in the Bible, and you were like, well, that doesn't. I don't even remember. Like, at this point, again, I've been so derailed because
about building the tower after the flood, there wouldn't be enough people to inhabit the cities, and problems with the biblical timeline.
Well, this is the lunacy of this. I didn't even come in. Like, I came in specifically just out of curiosity to ask Porpoise what she believed in. There was really nothing more to it than that. Okay. And here I am, like,
said,
well, like, fuck you, dude. Right. Like, what, dude? I wasn't trying to do a gotcha.
Anybody said that to you?
I wasn't trying to do a gotcha. Like, I was just asking.
You are gaslighting again. You specifically said you came off as anti-theist. Now, if you thought I was correcting someone on the Bible, I was making a joke about the Book of Mormon because some parts of the Book of Mormon, even if I were still believing, are patently absurd.
That's fine, but I didn't get hung up on I didn't double down on like you were making fun of the Bible. It's like maybe that's what I believed when I that's like maybe the riff I came in on, but that's not what I was trying to.
I just want to say I can't say jack shit about the Bible because I spent only 4 hours a week in picking the Bible apart. So
okay, that's fine. But Porpoise, I wasn't pressing. Was I pressing you on that issue? No.
No, I was pressing you on that issue.
I was
every single time
like, what do you
someone presses you on the issue of Christianity, Sunflower,
Peter, I'm not interested.
Aggressive. You start gaslighting.
No, you're harassing.
You stop answering questions.
You're harassing me. I don't appreciate.
I'm harassing you. Oh, goody. Let me continue.
I don't like it, man. I don't like it.
I know you don't like it because I ask critical questions and you don't have answers. You just come here and you want to pretend
Again, I ask
that you
critical
know
questions.
everything. And when people ask you questions, you don't have answers.
Okay, that's fine.
It's
I'm not interested in talking to you because you're always bad faith,
You're
Peter.
just a troll that comes in and wants to derail the conversation, gaslight the panel, and
No,
then
not at all true.
fuck
Not
off
at all
again.
true.
That's you.
No, I was genuinely curious about what Taoism entailed, and that's.
I was
don't know if
generally
off on this, man.
interested in hearing what it means if you say I'm a Christian, but it's a question you can't
No,
answer.
you're not, dude. No, that's bad faith.
It's a question you can't answer.
That's
Yes,
bad
I
faith.
am.
You're being bad faith, Peter. I'm sorry.
No,
I just don't
because
believe-
if I wasn't interested, I wouldn't have asked the question.
I don't believe that, man. I just don't believe it, man. I'm sorry.
I don't care what you believe or not believe because
you don't have to
the
care.
only thing that
how
I would
feel
care
when you're
about what you
asking me.
believe is what it means when you say I'm a Christian.
That's
Because
fine, Peter. I'm not interested in
this may
engaging with you.
come as a shock to you. This may come as a shock to you, Sunflower. But if you ask two Christians, what does it mean to be to say I'm a Christian? You will get two completely different answers.
That's fine, Peter. I just don't want to engage with you. I think you're bad faith, and I don't feel like it, man.
I am bad faith.
He's
I
just
have
trying
no
to point
faith at
out-
all. I'm an epistivist.
Wait,
Yeah,
you
you're
know what an
defending this
epistivist
guy.
is?
Keep in mind, you guys are defending this guy, but I'm the
Wait.
bad guy. Good
He's
on
just
you.
trying
guys.
to point out the dichotomy between your approach to Sinister, where you want her to give a detailed, succinct explanation. and
When
he's
did I say
asking you the same
detailed?
thing.
And if you
I
understand,
never
Well,
said
you want to know
detailed.
what it
Ever.
entails. Can you summarize it?
No,
That's
I
kind of
never
like,
said detailed ever.
and if
Ever.
you read more about
But you wanted
Taoism, you
to
know why it
sum-
defies
sum
that
it
kind
all
of
up.
explanation. Sorry.
Then I'm fine to. I already said I can drop it and we can move on.
All right, Peter, I have a question. So
I'm
if
not
you're bad,
pressing you on it. What do you mean?
All right.
Peter, if you're bad faith, does that mean you're bad religion? And can I get your autograph?
Bad religion.
You can always get
There's
my
a band.
autograph.
Like you guys aren't even being
Yeah.
consistent. You're just like
There's
this
a
is
rock
ridiculous.
I would consider that an honor.
Well, we're trying to move on, Sunflower.
Yeah,
It's sort
I'm
of
glad to move on. Please.
This argument is sort of it's
Let's
kind of
move on.
really moot. And
Let's
the
move
original
on.
topic, before we got sort of sidetracked, and I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault. It's just there are a lot of times where we have conversations that you are present when it gets horribly sidetracked, and maybe
I
that
said,
is
what's Taoism, and then everyone
maybe
went
that's
crazy.
that's maybe that is
I said,
you know,
what's
correlation.
Taoism?
Hang on,
And everyone went
maybe.
crazy.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Maybe
No.
that's correlation and not no, I
Let it
can't finish. Okay,
We can
I'm
move
going to
on.
finish anyway, so you know, deal with it in some way. Maybe that's correlation and not causation, but we'd like to get beyond it, back to why is AI the Antichrist? Maybe you can give your thoughts on the topic, and then we can discuss them.
Wait, are you asking Sunflower to be on topic?
I
That's
am.
novel.
Why, like, James? Are you consciously
You have any
allowing?
concerns about AI? You have any
James, you're
concerns with
you're
about
consciously
AI?
allowing. James.
James, let me bitch about.
You're
Peter
allowing
about
Peter
it.
to remain in
Peter
this
is a
channel,
bitch.
like
Peter is
just
a
out of
bitch, and
curiosity, like
and he's
as a
actively-
contributor.
You let you remain here.
Yeah, they let you on,
He's a-
Sunflower.
Peter's a fixture in the community. He's a
right.
friend of
All right, well,
friend of ours.
you know what?
Like a lamp,
Look.
I bring the light.
Look, Peter can be
I
a
really-
bit, you know, sort of
You know, I'm
confrontational
really,
and stuff. He can
really.
be a
And
bit
Peter knows.
like that, but you know,
I am so
so can a lot of
frustrated and
people.
disappointed. I am so disappointed. I am so
Well,
disappointed in you guys tonight. Good night,
What?
guys. I don't think I'll ever come
Sunflower,
back, but
you don't
I
get to
was-
decide
I had higher
things
hopes.
on the panel, mate. You don't get to
Aw.
decide that. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I
have a
understand that you're
Sunflower.
frustrated. I'm frustrated with
Aw.
people on this panel at times, but you know, you can't just demand that they be removed because you find them frustrating. If Peter wasn't allowing to speak and being really obnoxious, we would say, "Hey, Peter," but you know, just because he decides to disagree with you doesn't make him a
In
bad
all fairness,
person. I'm
in
sorry.
all fairness, Mark. In all fairness,
Yeah.
be honest. You have more than once shut me up if I was taking it too far.
I have,
And
yes,
we've never
yes.
had a problem between us.
No,
So
never.
I
Yeah.
it's
And
the
Peter
sign
realizes
of a
he can
true friend.
be that way sometimes. So
No, it's the sign of a true friend to speak out if a friend goes too far, and then you will rein him in. That is the sign of a true friend. Someone who just sits by and lets it happen and says nothing and talks behind their back. That's not a true friend. This is why I appreciate people like you, Mark. Because
But I mean, I wanted to talk. I mean, I like talking about AI. I know Porpoisey likes talking about AI. It's a fascinating subject. It would have been great to get Sunflower's input on it. Like, honestly, on that topic, like, what does a Christian see as the advent of AI? We've heard from these people. I know that all Christians don't think the same, Sunflower. They're different. They're varied. They have different opinions. I know that your opinion may not be these people, but we're talking about these people because it's the only opinion we're getting right now. If a Christian could come on and say, hey, this is my opinion, but then we can discuss that, but we never get to get there. And it's such a wasted opportunity.
In all honesty, you wouldn't get that from Sunflower anyway.
And
as for my opinion, AI cannot be the Antichrist because AI exists.
Well, I can make an eye that'll tell you.
I'm saying it kind of covers it.
Will tell you it's the Antichrist.
Yeah.
And
but I think the amount of Antichrists that have popped up, everything's the Antichrist, apparently. Like, to some people, everything's the Antichrist.
Yeah, I mean,
it's weird. Every single time.
Any little thing that comes up.
Yeah,
and completely
every single time something
doesn't seem like he was trying to have an honest conversation,
I think he's just, well, I don't want to say anything. I just want to say it's like, if you found that question offensive, Sunflower, I apologize. But honestly, if you really find
we know you didn't mean it to be in an offensive way. It's all the context.
Yeah, I understood why you're asking. Yeah,
but
oh, trust me, if Sinister wants to be offensive, you will.
She is quite capable of being offensive.
You will very well know.
Without being sly about it.
LPP. I can name someone else who knows even better. This is the person that we will refer to as he who shall not be named,
or Petty Officer Shipwreck.
Yes,
who's Voldemort?
That's him. No. Petty Officer Shipwreck. That's it.
Petty Officer Shipwreck.
I still have.
And
no
if you don't know what that means, just Google it. Videos will come up.
Oh no!
I'm actually. I think I might have removed those because.
No, because at times I will still refer people to videos that you have made and a few others, Exiled, for one. Those videos are important. Please leave them up.
Well, they're still there, but I just had to take them down at the current job because no matter how bad I find a person to be, it was still essentially cyberbullying.
I'm not finding anything on Google.
I disagree. I disagree. Someone who has been this horrific to the community at large and specific people, those people need to be called out. People need to know who they are. And that's not cyberbullying. That is, all you guys did was stating facts. So that's not cyberbullying.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just say I got my start on YouTube, or got something of a start on YouTube because someone annoyed me.
Well, haven't we all? I'm here because
I think that's a common story. Yeah, no, I think that's a common thing.
That's the sole reason I'm here.
Nothing unusual about that. Actually, Kent Hovind probably spawned some of the best people out there, like Peter and Atheist Jr. and Big Bad Mummer and people like that.
That was the first guy that got me into it.
But I also want to say, but as Mark was trying to tell you, if you really think it's offensive to be asked that, the problem's on your end. And I personally don't believe that. I think you're just, I don't.
Well,
you come off as Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
It's kind of faux.
No. I just want to clarify just slightly. I think it does depend a lot on tone and sort of the intonation that you're using and the type of way that you'll say it as well. Yeah. So, I think that someone going, "What are you?" That kind of stuff. I think
you autistic
is
or something? You don't get it?
Exactly. I think a lot. Yeah, because I can ask if you went to high school, and I can ask it or ask if you went to university in a way that is completely appropriate or completely inappropriate, depending on the tone that I'm using. I can sort of go, "Oh,
did you read at above a
did you even
level?
go to university?" It depends on the tone, but I think Porpoise, I think you framed it absolutely fine. I think you framed it in a very respectful, polite way. I've got no problem with the way that you asked, and if you asked me like that, I would be not offended in the slightest. And I'm struggling to think who out of my friend group, even people that aren't autistic, could be offended by that, because they understand that people are autistic out there, and it's nothing to be ashamed of.
It just seemed like he was looking for something to be offended by. He was looking for something to make a stink about, and he just latched onto that, even though really didn't.
It's Sunflower.
I don't think any of us
there are always veiled insults when Sunflower comes on, and he does that on purpose. He wants to trigger people. He wants to turn things into a dumpster fire, and that's him.
Like I said, I really
and be a victim.
Well, when I was talking about when I was talking about that AI bot, and he says I'm speaking from personal experience. It's like, whatever, ha ha ha. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I really wanted to know how I can understand that you might have thought I came off as anti-theist, especially coming on this channel. Just calling that guy. Well, I didn't use nice words for him, but.
Mm-hmm.
But
what is wrong? What is wrong with being an anti-theist?
I don't know.
But I don't think
if you have the opinion that religion harms people, and you can actually defend that, it's a way to start a conversation. So being an anti-theist, I don't think is a bad thing.
Well, I don't. Well,
at the very least, it's just as rational as being a theist. At the very least.
But I think opinions tend to be more nuanced than that, because it's like, I can say there are definite aspects of Mormonism that are not healthy. That doesn't mean all of them are.
Right. There might be some good things that Mormons do. That they do have a very big sense of community and stuff. Unfortunately, there's other beliefs that are harmful.
I have to make the distinction between what Mormons do and what Mormonism does. Because those are very different things. My best friend is a Christian. I am an anti-theist. I'm not against my best friend. He's a great guy. I love him like a brother.
And unfortunately, the structure of the Mormon Church, when I left it, was such that you can't really be a critic of it to try to make changes from within.
Did they have the shaming and ostracizing thing going?
The Mormons they're not really bad about that as some other religions, but they do have that to a lesser, although not insignificant degree.
Oh, sorry, guys. I got to take off. I do apologize, but it was great to be on. I'll probably just do my outro. Thank you, everybody. Love to be here. Do like debates. I've got one coming up against a Mormon, as I mentioned. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wacky. But yeah, do have a great time. And thanks for talking, everybody. I'm sorry it got so bogged down in.
Mark.
Yeah. What's up, mate?
Good question. You're going to have a debate with a Mormon?
Yeah.
Not me.
Do you know them?
Not really. Why?
Because Anra is still looking for a Mormon to be present on the weekly Book of Mormon show.
Okay, I mean, I can talk to him about it.
I've tried. So I did know two practicing Mormons, but they have since I think they've split up. So neither of them is happy to go on the show.
This is going to be on Modern Day Debate, and it's a guy called Kyle. And he's a Murph, so a Mormon flat earther.
And I can't watch that.
Oh boy!
So I'll have to wait until it comes on your channel because.
Okay.
If you have,
that's fine.
If you have any questions, just ask me.
Yeah, sure.
Well, they want an actual, they want a practicing Mormon on the show. Arn has been looking, but first of all, it needs to be someone who can actually be a contribution to the show and not a troll and derailing the entire show, because we have Jimmy Snow. I mean, there's no more derailment than having Jimmy on the show. So,
well, I mean, as I said, I'm not really familiar with him, so I couldn't say whether or not it would be a good addition, Peter. I honestly couldn't say, mate. I don't, I wouldn't.
Let me know after the debate. Let me know after the debate what you think.
Well, I mean, I'll put it up on my channel. You can watch it yourself and decide. Probably the best way.
But
you don't want to watch me. I totally understand, Peter. I totally understand.
I want to watch you. I'm not going to watch Modern Day Debate anymore.
Yeah, for some good platform.
A lot of people stopped watching Modern Day Debate for obvious reasons. So.
Yeah, I think that I have mixed feelings, and I did a lot of thinking about it in order to come down on the side that I did. But I will continue to be on there because I think that they need people to make good arguments against others. So, yeah, I think that some of it did a really good job. I think that Leah Filius, who was on recently, did an amazing job, like just amazing.
Oh,
he was awesome.
I'm not saying it's about the people who are on, except for giving neo-Nazis a platform. I don't think that people should do that, and that's the reason why I'm not watching it anymore. That's the reason why most of my friends
the research says that these ideas spread more when they're allowed to have an echo chamber with nobody standing up to them. That's when they spread. It's when you get somebody on who is a strong debater against them that they get shut down, and that's
that's exactly my problem. That's exactly my problem, because if James gets them on, it's never on that topic, always on a different topic, and that is. To me, it is normalizing people like that and just bringing them in to give their opinion on anything but fascism. And so that's where I draw the line.
I would say I would say Richard Spencer is someone who's so dangerous that he does not need a platform.
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough.
If James would be consistent, because he won't have Amy on other than in debates about trans issues. Other than that, Amy can be on. So why not? Why not be consistent?
No, hang on a second. Well, she was on one in Evolution just a while back. What are you talking about?
It took her a while to fight to get on there. It was a fight, a struggle for her to get on for a atheist first Christian or an evolution debate.
Well, I mean, yeah, I must admit I have trouble getting debates that aren't flat Earth and stuff, because there's so many atheist debaters out there and so few Christians willing to actually enter the ring with us, that it's kind of difficult.
Well, I mean, it's not against you. It's just that, like, in the past year, you've been on there quite a few times, and she was trying to get on too, but he wasn't really very
flat Earth
responsive
though.
to getting her on there.
All flat Earth though, like, just pay attention to what I've been on for, and it hasn't been theology.
And this is why I think you should start doing debates on your own channel.
Maybe I'm not organized at the moment to set something like that up. So yeah, I
can help you with that.
Us having them on here, but
yeah, I can help you with that. No problem.
Well, if Mark wants to start doing,
yeah. Well, I mean, I'll think about it. But thank you for your kind. I do have to go now, but so I do apologize.
Thank you so much for coming on. Buddy.
Have a good night,
care.
Mark.
We love you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Love you. Bye bye.
Catch you later, Mark.
Catch you later, Mark.
Everybody, make sure you're subscribed to Mark Reid's channel.
Speaking of out of the blue questions, has Aaron ever learned what Turing complete means?
Oh, I forgot to bring that up after the show. I did want to bring that up.
Oh, I did do a short video that I privated just to try to explain it to him, Guts and Gibbon, and Professor Dave, because none of them understood what it meant when I asked them the question. But
I'll try to remember on Saturday and then ask him about it.
I mean, it wasn't a huge deal. They're not computer scientists. It's fine if they didn't know what it meant. It's just clear they didn't know what it meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it might be good for Arn to watch your video, because I know you have a pretty good way of explaining it, so that might be beneficial.
Well, I'm sure Amy can explain it too. It's a pretty important concept in computer science. So
yeah. But yeah, I forgot. My apologies. I seriously, I wanted to ask him about it, and I wanted him to point him towards you. But
I tried to alert him, but I was afraid I was getting into an argument I didn't want to get into because I was just trying to explain what it was.
Mm.
Not right, and I didn't. It's like I'm not trying to argue with him. It's like, hey, you just didn't understand what this meant.
I mean, so if it's comments in the chat, that's usually slightly different. When it's one-on-one, it's very hard to get into an argument with Arn if you're not downright insulting.
This was on Twitter, where it's very easy to get into an argument on intention.
Yeah. I have experiences like that with another famous person. It happens.
Because I've used Arn's videos to get me through a biology class, and I've used Professor Dave's videos to get me through some math classes. But anyway, I really wanted to see what Sunflower found out about AI. It's like,
yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
It's like, I don't want to.
Well, one thing I want to say about it: every single time something new comes up, and most Christians don't understand it, it's going to be the Antichrist. Literally, that's the mark. We don't understand it; it's the Antichrist.
I wonder if I could debate this guy. I wonder if I could set that up.
I doubt it. They would, but you know, hey.
Well, I
probably go into outros in a couple minutes, guys. It's
What happened to Amy? Where's Amy?
Amy's in bed. Amy's asleep. She's got work in the morning. So
Amy is a teacher who has to go in on the last day of school.
Yeah.
Yep, graduation day.
My day of school, my school year has ended in May.
Nice.
My last day of school, that was when dinosaurs still roamed the earth. It hasn't been that long ago.
Well, unfortunately, I decided to.
Well, you're the smart one. You went back.
Well, that's not. Well, actually, Amy and I work for one of the same companies. which is unintentional, but just happened. But
yeah, it happens.
My most recent education is watching YouTube videos on how to enhance your OBS stream. Basically,
that's useful information.
I don't have time for much more.
Yeah, I feel you. If only we had like AIs or something that could, help us process tasks and shit.
Oh, AI can do some amazing things. It's just we've got to be careful about how we use it.
You have AI in Photoshop. There's a new feature in Photoshop. Which is
well, believe it or not, you have AI in
mind blowing.
Oh yeah, the neural filters. I've been getting mixed results with those, so I haven't really used them that much.
It's not the neural filters. They now have an AI that can remove things from your picture or fill in or extend the picture. It is really if you have a picture in portrait format, or in what do you call it? The upright, the TikTok picture, and you want to convert that to landscape, it's a one-click solution. Yeah, it's a one-click solution. It will just build everything that is next to it as if it's a real picture.
I'll give that a shot.
I don't think that counts as AI.
Out of a vertical.
It does count as AI. AI is actually filling in what you need in the empty pictures. And if you have a person in there and you want to remove them, AI is filling in the background that isn't there. It's a one-click thing.
I think they may be billing that as AI just on the hype train. I don't think that's AI.
Watch YouTube and look for a Photoshop generative fill.
Well, I might want to read the paper
is-
about it just to see. It
it's
could be an
really
AI
mind-blowing.
technique they're using. I don't know, but it doesn't sound like
Yes.
AI to me.
I think it works in the cloud. It's actually AI.
Similar to Midjourney, it's just creating the stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But in the cloud just means it's someone else's computer.
Yeah, but let's say I have a picture of you and I want you in blonde hair with pigtails. It's just selecting your hair and then putting in the prompt blonde hair with pigtails, and then you get blonde hair with pigtails. There's nothing I have to add to it. And it looks like an original picture. It's that good.
I'll have to look it up. Let me just put it that way.
I think we're about 5 years away from AI pictures being virtually indistinguishable from reality. They're getting
Oh yeah, we actually can do that already.
Well, we have deep fakes.
That is what Photoshop is doing with this new thing. I'm following one of the people that I follow is a photographer.
Oh.
And he had a picture, but he needed more room at the sides of his object to make it a landscape picture.
Let me just say,
he will sell the picture as an original, where I think it's 60% of the picture is AI generated.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm just going to say I'm suspicious of a lot of the hype companies are using. So I'll look it up.
I mean, it couldn't. Maybe it's possible that it's not really AI, but I think it is because it's building a picture off of other pictures, explaining what should be there, and then filling it in.
Yeah, I'm just skeptical because companies overhype this stuff.
Oh, they sure do. But that's definitely like some deep learning stuff in order to be able to recreate the pictures based on prompts like that.
But you know, if I'll do some research outside of Adobe's website and find out.
Yeah, for sure.
You can draw a basic dog shape in a picture that only has grass in it, and then add in the generative fill, add dog.
But the point I was making
add
is
in
like
a dog.
The point I was
the fact that it can't make a real dog, an existing dog, should point that it's AI because it can't distinguish whether or not that dog exists.
The point I was trying to make is like even most video games, even video games I wrote, do have a very limited form of AI that controls like the combats that you go through.
Oh yeah, I've gotten into the Coalson video games and seen the AI controllers in there, and they're very limited, just basically decision making algorithms. So I see what you mean about how they're not like true. Even the low level AI that we have today, they're not really AI.
But they are a very limited form of AI, technically. They're trying to simulate human intelligence, but if you look at what I did,
I'd actually be curious what you think, Mister. If you check it out, let me know what you think because I'd be curious about that.
Keep in mind, I could be wrong.
Everyone can be wrong, but I would really like to hear what you think it is.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just a little bit of mistrust of corporations at this point. So
yeah,
and the sad thing is I don't have it because my Photoshop I get my Photoshop through an error that I'm not telling Photoshop about because they screwed up something and then had me pay for a full Adobe suite and a third-party thing in After Effects wasn't working. And after 2 years back and forth, they decided to send me a free copy of the then new After Effects. And ever since, I've been getting new copies every year. Photoshop, After Effects, Premiere. What's they have a thing? Audition. I get those for free. But I don't have the cloud updates because I still get a standalone program, not the subscription.
I am personally not a fan of the software as a service model, And there's a reason why, well, there are multiple reasons why I tend to use Linux. One of the reasons was just as a computer science major, it just makes my work for the computer science classes easier, which most people would not say, but it's just, if you're going to take a computer science class, at least make sure you have a Linux virtual machine running somewhere, because you're going to probably be doing things on a Linux server and writing code that way, and it'll just make things easier for you. But yeah, it's like I said, I just have to look it up, and probably just on my end, it's probably just me being suspicious of a company.
and for good reason, because I mean, it's a marketing tool to just boast about your program a little bit more than it actually is. That's marketing. That's been my job for a long time. Always make people want to have it. If you have to exaggerate just a little bit, problem.
Oh yeah, that's the whole game on YouTube. Is you have to be a little clickbaity.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as a reporter, it's like you had to write it, especially for like a site where you're trying to bring in views. You had to write about things people were interested in, even if you weren't.
Mm-hmm. Or have a headline that will appeal to people's interest, and then have an article
basically unrelated.
That doesn't. Yeah, that isn't even related to the.
You ever watch a video and they something in the title, and then they briefly touch on it like in the middle, but most of it's not even about that.
Yeah, it's like, well, first we have to give you the exposition to explain the story, and then here's a paragraph about the story, and now here's 10 paragraphs about contact information and the representative in charge and all that crap.
You won't believe
it happens. It happens with scientific papers. They will have a title that will be completely opposite to what the paper is about, which is why we have creationists bringing up scientific papers that say exactly the opposite of what they think. Yes, Otangelo has an entire website full of them.
Let's be honest, most of us can't read scientific papers for things we have no training in.
And that's the thing.
Most of us at least try to read it and try to figure out what it's all about.
But realize your limitations, that you're, as a non-scientist, you're not going to be able to understand it at that level.
Oh, even with sciences, like if you switch from one field to another, the jargon in each individual field is like a unique language. It's
a lot of stuff.
It's unreal.
Which is why having friends in this community is a really good thing, because if you come across something that you can't really understand or are having doubts about, you can pitch it to an actual scientist who will unravel it for you.
Well, that's like in the debate I did with Jamie, Studio 215. He's like, I brought scientific papers, and you don't even seem to want to talk about them. It's like, first of all, neither of us are really qualified to go over any of those. Why would anybody care what I think about a scientific paper? I mean, doesn't mean I'm automatically wrong, but why would you think that why would you rely on my interpretation of a scientific paper?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
Your opinion doesn't really matter.
It could be right. I could be right, but what do you have to indicate that my opinion is reliable, or versus just a lucky guess? You don't have any of that.
I mean, I do find now I can like read a lot of, at least half read computer science papers, depending on, or understand most of what they're talking about. But it's like, if you're showing me a chemistry paper, it's like, what's this?
I mean,
but that's what I said. That's why it's important to have friends in specific fields, that if you don't understand something, you can ask them to explain it to you in layman's terms.
But
and most of the people I know can actually do that.
There is one exception, I think, to that, and it has to do with how the field itself came about. There are computer scientists working today who don't have degrees in computer science because they got degrees in mathematics, but somehow they got a hold of computer science paper, started working on that problem, and started publishing in the computer science journals.
Yeah.
It's just because the theory of computer science.
And most of those know more than the ones that have a degree in computer science. Because
not necessarily. It's just the fields are so closely linked that some computer scientists are also mathematicians.
a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that in some fields, like general physics and astrophysics or cosmology. A lot of carryover.
All right, guys, why don't we head into outros? We're coming up on the 5th hour. You guys ready to go?
Well,
Peter.
if you insist.
By the way, has anyone here congratulated Ember with his 1K?
Oh, congratulations, Ember 1000. That's that's great.
Well,
and Ember had the virtual me on there.
I think we.
Yeah, that was another 5-hour stream, and Peter dropped by.
Yeah.
Peter, any final closing words? Any words of wisdom for us?
Well, I would like to say that I was on Ember's channel for a brief time, but people were mocking me, and so I left, and then I came back when Peter left.
Outros. Yeah, I'm working.
AI,
I'm working
Dr.
on
Flower.
a lot. I'm working on a lot of stuff, including for James W. And I need to get that done because something new coming. People should know about. Yeah. Other than that, AI. AI is not the Antichrist, because what on earth is an Antichrist? There is no real Christ anymore. He died 2,000 years ago, if he existed. So, what would it be to be the Antichrist? It would have been something that died 2,000 years ago that was the opposite of Jesus Christ. I still don't know what it would be. I can't paint you a picture of what it would be to be the Antichrist. Probably scientist. An actual doctor might be an Antichrist because Jesus was a faith healer. So a real doctor would be an Antichrist. There's so many things that could be an Antichrist.
You guys is this weekend your show with Randolph on Sunday morning, Peter, or is that another week?
That was last Sunday, but I wasn't there. I wasn't there. So yeah.
Well, thanks so much,
this
Peter.
weekend. This weekend we still have 2 shows on Arn's channel. We've moved up. I'm now doing 3 shows a week with Arn, because at the rate we're going to finish the Bible in 23 years. And Arn and I both have talked about
Sounds
this,
about right.
and neither of us thinks that we're going to make it till the end, considering our age. We could, but it's a possibility that we won't be there for the end. So
We'll upload you guys both into an AI bot, and you guys can live forever as AI.
In my case, that would be a really bad idea, James, and you will find tons of people who will tell you that would be a really, really, really bad idea to upload me as an AI.
You just get a Peter bot for your house, like, you know.
You'll give me superpowers. Yeah. I live with 2 people who are already struggling with the Peter bot they have at this moment, because this Peter bot likes to make practical jokes. So
Yep. Give Peter infinite time and access to all the internets via neural uplink.
I bought
his CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer.
Here in Europe, you still have the sirens that were left over, the air raid sirens from World War II.
Yeah, we use those as tornado sirens here.
Yes, and a long time ago, I bought one, and I put that under the bed with a pressure switch. And Malu didn't talk to me for 3 days.
Just remember, if you're doing that, not only put it on the cloud and the neural net, but also make sure to use the blockchain.
I would, if I were an AI, I would hook up all of them. We've also put it on the roof of a friend of ours who was getting married, and we had it triggered in the middle of the night, and we made the papers. So, yeah.
The noise
Bonus
complaints
points.
refer them to Gonna Go For It, Peter's channel. Thank you so much, Peter. Let's see.
Thank you for having me, James. Pleasure as
Ember?
always.
Oh, you're welcome. Ember, anything you want to add before we get out of here? What's going on your channel?
Oh, sure. Let's see. Got a bunch of stuff going on, actually. I've started doing creationist and science reviews with Beamsy and Dr. Dino and occasionally Mark Reid. Still got the debate reviews with Mark Reid going. We haven't scheduled the next one quite yet, but they're usually on Saturdays. Sunday interview show. I've got Peter coming on this week for that. That's right after Aaron's show with the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
And then the usual pre-made videos, counter-apologetic stuff. That's all over on @BetterThanEmber.
Book of Mormon
And Ember has joined the panel on our show.
About the
That's great.
from ancient history.
Congratulations on your 1,000 subscribers. It's a climb, I'll tell you what.
Oh, for sure. And thank you.
Long ago, their fathers came from far.
Well, the sinister porpoise herself, the one and only. What can we say?
Good evening, everyone. Listen, there's a lot of hype surrounding AI right now, and there's a lot of fear-mongering. And there are a couple points that came up later I wish to address. First of all, if you're on the spectrum, there's nothing to be embarrassed about it. You either are or you aren't. Now, I can be pretty sure Sunflower was trying to troll, but if he had answered yes, I probably would have adjusted my tactics simply because it would have helped me to understand how to relate to him. Secondly, this guy in the initial video was just painful to watch. It's clear he doesn't know anything about AI, and he clearly doesn't understand that large language models are just decision trees and statistics mostly. Now, there are some things that are concerning about large language models. The most common thing to be concerned about, and it's one reason why a lot of companies are banning them, is data collection. Also, if you're in education, you have to watch out because people use ChatGPT to cheat. And I do have one professor that seemed to have confused ChatGPT with APIs, because he banned APIs and not ChatGPT, and which would have made the class interesting if we followed it, because we needed to use APIs to do web programming. Remember, everyone. First of all, if you want to learn about Taoism, and I don't know why this turned into a big thing tonight, because I don't really feel the need to be an evangelist for it, read the Tao Te Ching. You can find a copy for free online pretty easily. It's about an hour read, and if you want to understand it more in depth with better explanations, read the Tao of Pooh by Benjamin Hoff, which describes Winnie the Pooh as the perfect Taoist. It's not really a philosophy that can really be summed up in a few sentences like Sunflower was trying to do. So, with that being said, be excellent to each other, and so long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Sinister. And woo-hoo-hoo. Thanks, everybody, for coming along this journey with us. It has been a interesting show, to say the least, but we are glad y'all came along for the ride with us. If you guys are just tuning in, our beloved co-host Amy had to go to bed because she's got to work in the morning, but she was with us before, so we want to thank everybody for coming on, participating in the show. Sinister Porpoise, Mark, Ember, Sunflower, thank you for your contributions. Once again, nobody was trying to offend you. Also, Mark Reid. No one was trying to offend you, Sunflower. You're welcome to come back anytime. If you're offended, you don't want to come back. Okay. All right. Well, wish you the best. But yeah, we'd like to thank all our wonderful viewers and subscribers out there. We love you guys. You guys are what keep us going. Like and subscribe if you like the show. Really does help out. Believe it or not, it really does help a channel like us grow, get more views, subscribers, the algorithm thingy that y'all kind of hang in the balance on algorithms. It kind of rules our life, just like AI. Leave a comment when the video's done. We'll respond to it eventually, or you can leave a super thanks, and we'll get to it on the next episode, whenever that's going to be. Probably this weekend, though, guys. Afterwards, if you want to chat on the Discord servers, a lot of times people head over there and have a good time. Our link to the Discord is in the description. If you want to really be nice and really help the show out, you can become a Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. She's got all sorts of interesting perks for you guys. She's always revamping and adding new stuff. That's going to be coming up. But we love you guys, our viewers, subscribers, Patreons. They're on the bottom there. They keep us going. They keep the lights on and keep us pumping content out. But yeah, thanks everybody so much. I'm going to do like the budget, Amy.
James, what
dress? What?
One more thing.
What's
I
up,
just
Peter?
made it abundantly clear that I'm not only trolling Sunflower.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I actually get the joke, Peter.
Yeah.
Just ask Ember
Anyway.
how many trolls he gets on his live
Peter
streams.
is a committed troll, a lifetime troll, and he's very good at it. Kind of reminds me of the time Peter was on when we had Godless Girl on here, and she was just mercilessly trolling Sunflower. She got him really so worked up that his head was ready to start spinning, and he didn't realize what she was doing to him, but she was just trolling him really hard. Yeah. Anyhow,
At times you have to be able to take that. It can be fun if you just go for it.
Roll with the punches.
I have no idea what you mean. I have never trolled everyone for a year.
You're obviously not a troll, Sinister. We realize that. So you're always a straight shooter. All right, guys. Good night. Thanks for the free fish. Thanks, Sinister, for the fish. And we're about to get the F out of here.
Be excellent to each other.
Night, everybody.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Good morning to everybody.
All right.
That might be a local thing.
You haven't ended the stream yet.